Hello, everyone. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. Sorry we are late. I forgot to set up the stream because I had a hell of a lot of different things going on last night, and I got way behind on literally everything. So I'm sending invitations around, and hopefully nothing blows up in my face. So, forgive me while I put my face on while we're talking, but last week, trying to remember what the hell happened last week. A lot more stupid, I know that. Oh yeah, we learned that, Nacho kind of puts Christian Grey to shame at the stalker game. He is somehow still around and keeping very close tabs on Laura, who of course he's now in love with because all men just inexplicably fall in love with her and want her, and I don't know why, because she's a terrible, terrible person. Vain, vapid, shallow, materialistic. Other than having a good body and being adventurous at sex, I really don't know what she contributes to anything. But, it's that main character energy. She's the leading woman, therefore she's desirable, even though she has no traits that make her desirable. And we're supposed to be pretending their marriage is in trouble because we're pretending that they had a good marriage at some point. Not sure where that point was supposed to be. I must have missed it. Because the way he's treating her now, distant, cold, evil, possessive, violent, that doesn't seem any different from me from how he always treated her. Or maybe it's not different, but now she considers it a problem because she got kidnapped by somebody else who treated her the exact opposite. I mean, he's still also an assassin and commits essay and other similar crimes, just like her husband, but he's nicer about it. Again, not really sure why one is better than the other here. Because they're kind of just two different versions of the same person. Oh, did anything else happen? I guess we have another wedding coming up if we get to see the wedding of Dominic and Olga. Don't know if that'll be in the books or not. The book might end before we get there. But I think we heard that that's coming up. There will definitely be another pregnancy plot of some kind because way too much emphasis has been put on it. Though we don't know if she actually got the birth control pills that she wanted or not. That didn't get followed up on. So, as usual, we have all of our warnings. And I completely forgot I was in the middle of pouring a cup of tea. Because I'm going to need some caffeine. Oy. Hi, Sethel. Welcome here. And to your dragon, sir. I've been so scatterbrained all day. Which largely has to do with spending 10 hours last night and about 6 today just bawling my eyes out because the world sucks. I was trying to write something for a reason and I made the mistake of sharing with idiots. But I think I have a workable version now. Hi, Deacon. Other than that, I just need about a week's vacation to emotionally recover. And probably about 3 liters of water to rehydrate, because when you cry that much, you get dehydrated. Though I still don't know what exactly causes the crying headache, because it's not just dehydration. I rewrote my thing for about the 4th time, and pretty sure I have it to a societally acceptable version. Though why I need society's acceptance will never, ever, 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 ever make any sense to me. But I didn't grow up with the same rules as everybody else. And I don't understand the vast majority of society's rules because I think they're fucking retarded. But I do understand that sometimes you have to play the idiot game to get the result that you want. Even if that makes you feel like you need to take a shower. Hello, Persnickety and Sasha. Why is the puppy pouting? Did you have food and you're not sharing? That's like the number one reason for puppy pouting. Mine certainly does. Aww. Oh, she's so cute. I just want to pick her up and cuddle her and snuggle her and rub her belly and carry her around like a little baby. And I know she's like 60 pounds. And she's a lot bigger than mine. Though she probably still thinks that she's small enough to be picked up and carried around. Big dogs tend to not know they're big. But I appreciate her leaving her spot by the door showing off her toys. And give her some love from me. Maybe her red blankie. Bo was up being cuddled earlier. Alright. So we don't get any further behind. All rise for our national anthem, please.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind. and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week, or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
And I'm on mute. Hi, Cerebellum. Thank you, Deacon. I'm very glad that my voice has recovered because this morning, let's just say I woke up sounding somewhere between no voice and frog. But extensive amounts of crying because the world doesn't understand you will do that. But like I said, I think I got the thing I needed to write to a workable compromise. I still hate it. And it still makes me feel utterly disgusting, but sometimes you gotta do crap you don't like because the world sucks. Yeah, Deacon, thank you for the support. It just, there's things in the world I don't understand that make no sense to me. So when I have to play by like normal society rules that I don't know, it makes me crazy. Wow, we had a lot of brand names. Oh no, I hate what I had to write a lot more than I hate this book. I hate that I had to write it. I hate that I had to change it because other people thought I wasn't being polite enough. I hate that I'm required to be polite in that situation because I generally don't think being polite is as required as people think it is. Oh, people is like society at large. Like, I'm the person who at dinner will just say, pass the salt. I understand that most people would like me to say, please pass the salt, but I kind of find that ridiculous. Or, not that I find it ridiculous, it's that I don't find anything wrong with not saying please. You know? I don't understand why I'm required to placate somebody's feelings to get them to do their job. But I understand that society expects me to be nicey nice and polite when I'm asking someone to do something for me, even if I am also paying them to do that. It's the fact that both those things are true that causes a software conflict in my brain. Sometimes, yeah. Because I'm one of those people that there are way too many people on planet Earth that see somebody who is polite and think that that means they're weak or they can be taken advantage of. And I don't like doing anything that makes me appear vulnerable. I really have nothing against being polite most of the time, but I do think there are situations where being polite is a detriment to, how to say it? I think that being polite can get in the way of being taken seriously sometimes. I think sometimes people are too polite to the point that they leave too much room or doubt of what they mean. No, it doesn't. But like, if you're at work and your boss wants you to finish that report by 5 o'clock, I have nothing against a boss that sends, an email or whatever saying, I need this report finished by 5 o'clock. I don't think the word please is required there because it is a professional transaction. They're your boss. They're telling you what they need. Your job is to do it. I don't think you should have to be asked nicely. Does asking somebody nicely, so I'm told, make it easier to do what they want? Apparently, but I just don't think it is necessary all the time. And I don't think there should be a detriment for not doing it. But that's me, and I understand that I am very much in the minority there. Okay, Deacon, I still want to know what year that book was written, because just the name alone, the pen name alone, makes me think, for some reason my brain is going like 40s. But I really want to know. Yeah. So, yeah, I think as long as I'm saying I need to somebody else and then stating what it is I need them to do, I don't think that's being rude. But I had several people tell me that not saying please is seen as being rude, to which I say the world needs to grow the hell up. But that's me. It came out last year, or not last year, but like 3 years ago. I need to look this up now. Because, yeah, believe me, in my family, my family's one of those that likes to pretend they never say curse words, even though where do you think I learned every curse word that I know? Yeah, like when my littlest cousin was like 2 and he was starting to learn words, his first like 5 words were all curse words, which made my aunt just terribly embarrassed. And she actually yelled at her partner, saying it was him and he must be cursing around Tiny Child for Tiny Child to know those words. I didn't say this to her at the time, but in my head I was like, no, Tiny Child is sitting behind you while you drive and you curse like a sailor when you drive. She does. It's the only time she curses. Normally she does not use curse words. But when she's driving, my aunt will curse a blue streak. And she forgets that, Tiny Child is sitting behind you and he hears this. Almost forgot to introduce the ducks. My brain is elsewhere. Actually, I think my brain is still asleep, but let's introduce our ducks. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with 2 B's, Sasha, Bartholomew Alex Chuckles Melman, Naruto Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, who needs to be straightened up, Jeeves, Playboy Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen Dennis, Rosie House, Susie. Did I get that backwards? No, I don't think I did. Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Glassell, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Little Chickadoo, Captain Blaze Ferguson, Libby Doe, Ocean's Gate 7, Dingle Hopper Madison, Leonard, Jack Shacard, Lulu, Marty, Akasha, Dr. Breadside Manor, Autolycus, Deja, Insidious, Cleopatra, Extra Crispy, and Raphael. Okay. What was she saying? Don't say. I'm not understanding what you said that was supposedly wrong. Oh, you said damn in there somewhere? Yeah, when you're little, you get told that. And it's true. You don't know anything is wrong until somebody tells you that it is. Okay. Damn it. I didn't even. Fuck. It's occurring to me now. I didn't. Because I set the stream up literally 5 minutes ago. I didn't even put the fucking PayPal link in the fucking chat because I forgot to do it last night, which means I forgot everything. I got a little busy last night. Okay. This may be about to make things stutter for a second. And now I have to wait for YouTube to pull up the chat because it takes forever to do that. Ugh. Oh, come on, YouTube. Stop being a piece of crap for once. They've been making so many changes like everything else, and it just piles up. Ugh. Still waiting for chat to load. It was so much better before they outsourced it. Okay. Now I have pinned the PayPal link if anyone would like to contribute or sponsor a new duck. We do have many ducks that are still in the bag. They've never been out. They would like to join their friends on the stage. Some of them are really cool. There's a bee duck in here that I really want to see. So we have our random ducks for $10 each, or if you would like to get snazzy, we have our painted ducks. We have a Christmas Story duck, a Rooster duck, Evil Knievel duck, and Yoshi duck. So these are also available. If you would like a painted duck, please specify which one in your message, or I will pick one at random. If you want to make me feel better, and yes, it really does, for $25, you can sponsor these handcuffs, which I will put on for roughly half the evening, though I'm feeling generous tonight, and I might extend that to the entire evening, because it really does help me calm the fuck down to be wearing these, and I could use that right now. Kind of permanently. But especially right now, these would be helpful. It's like hugging someone really, really tight. I've heard they do that to cows. I don't know if it's true, but I heard about cows. So that's $25. There's a key in the case. There's another key on a string because we practice safety here, so there's always a key within reach if I am wearing these. And for $50, you can make me chug the rainbow because we still have our Skittles drinks. We only have tried the green apple flavor. We still have strawberry, orange, and grape that have not been tried yet, and I would really like to know what the grape tastes like. Mostly to see if it actually tastes like grape or if it just tastes like sugar. But we have these. I have a cup. I have water. So for $50, you can make me chug one of these. And watch me make a face at how incredibly, incredibly sweet these are. I mean, they don't exactly taste bad. They just taste like a lot of sugar. and then something else. So these are here. And we have like 29 of them left, so they're going to be around for a while. And I don't think I've ever started reading this late, but I'll catch it up. Like I said, crazy last few hours. I was up till 5 a.m., basically being told that I'm a nutcase. So, long day. Alright. Ugh. Trying unsuccessfully to push everything else out of my head. Ugh, what I wouldn't give to be a neurotypical person right now. Alright. Chapter 7. We drove up to a gate, and Nacho pressed a button on the remote. With everything that had happened during the previous 30 minutes, I'd completely forgotten he was supposed to take me straight to my apartment. I don't even remember where we left off or where they're supposed to be going. This isn't where I'm staying, I said, looking around the magnificent garden he was driving us through. Too bad for you. The corners of his mouth twitched first, then he grinned, presenting a set of perfectly white teeth. I have a charger for your phone, he added, killing the engine. I also have wine, champagne, vodka, a bonfire, and some marshmallows. Be my guest. Wow, that's a lot of booze. But, since she's not pregnant anymore, they've been back to being drunk 24/7. He waited for me to step out of the car, but I didn't move from my seat. It's about 5 miles to the closest building, he laughed. I seem to have kidnapped you again, my dear, so please, be my guest. Nacho left, disappearing into the house. How did she wind up in his car again? I really don't remember. I certainly didn't feel like he kidnapped me. That was only a joke. And if I pressed him, he'd take me back to my apartment. But wouldn't I rather stay? The thought of what might happen later in the night made a whole kaleidoscope of butterflies flutter in my stomach. I'm not sure kaleidoscope is the word you want there. I felt fear, but also relief and desire. A desire that had been burning in me for months. God give me strength, I breathed, stepping out of the Shelby and heading towards the entrance to the house. It was very dark. I know, Deacon, right? That's that's not. Yeah, a kaleidoscope of butterflies. I I don't like. Maybe that's a translation error. Like I would almost think it would have to be. It was very dark inside. A thin corridor quickly opened into a beautiful, spacious living room. It was illuminated by several lights hanging from the walls. Deeper inside, there was an open kitchen with a large island and a plethora of knives, pans, and pots hanging above it. It was so big you could run around it and break a sweat. I went even further inside, passing a stylish, maritime-themed office. It was moderately furnished, but had an enormous window taking up one entire wall. In front of the window stood a dark rectangular desk and a huge leather armchair. I do work sometimes, whispered Nacho. I felt his breath on my neck. I'm the boss now, after father died. Oh, so he is the head of a mob family now too? And yet guy who just became head of the Spanish mafia has all this time to stalk the wife of somebody else. And what do we think happens once Massimo figures out that Nacho is stalking his wife? We don't think that's gonna, cause some kind of mob turf war, something? A glass of red wine appeared in front of me. I like my job. Or I liked it before, he continued, standing behind me. I drank in our closeness and the gentle tone of his voice. You get used to everything, especially if you don't treat it too seriously. If you view it as something like a sport. Killing and kidnapping people is a sport to you? I mean, I can get there. Uh, ever heard of The Most Dangerous Game? Who else had to read that in school? We had to read it, and then we got assignment to write a continuation to it because it's a really short story. So we had to write like a 5-page continuation. I don't really remember what I wrote. We had another one we had to write a continuation to, and I'm pretty sure that I don't remember what it was called, but I'm pretty sure that short story, the other one, had to be the short story that the movie Arsenic and Old Lace is based on. We had to write a continue to that, for which got me the best compliment I ever got in an English class ever. My teacher gave it back to me with like a 98%, and the one word he wrote on it, underlined 3 times, was creepy in all caps. And that was the best compliment I ever got. I asked, standing in the doorway and keeping my eyes trained on the large desk. I love it when people tremble at the sound of my name. Okay, that just sounded really narcissistic. His quiet voice and the words he was speaking made a shiver run down my spine. Now it's going to annoy me that I can't remember what that story's called, or even who wrote it. I want to say Kipling, but I'm not sure. And now instead of waiting on the roof with a sniper rifle or shooting people in the heads, and there is an S there, shooting people in the heads, looking them in the eyes, I'm sitting behind a desk and managing my father's empire. Are you, though? Are you really? He sighed and wrapped his arms around my waist. But you were never scared of me. I don't think that's true. Taken aback, I watched as his tattooed arm snaked across my stomach. Ugh. Waiting for the caffeine to kick in. Nacho must have changed clothes in the meantime. When we'd left the car, he'd still been in his suit. I was afraid to turn around, thinking he was completely naked. That wouldn't surprise me. Like, seriously, is she about to cheat? Like, for real cheat? Because, yeah, if she sleeps with Nacho, that's cheating. And I wouldn't be able to stop myself when I saw his toned body in all its glory. Oh, yeah, because nobody in these books has any self-control. No, you do not scare me. I sipped my wine. I would also not be drinking anything he gave me. No, I know you tried making me scared a few times. I spun around and freed myself from his embrace. Hi, puppy. Hello, you, sleepy boy. Oh, of course, he just flops beside me and goes, rub my belly. Rub my belly, I'm sleepy, rub my belly. I washed my pillow last night, and so of course he had to hoover sniff it for like 10 minutes when we went to bed, because he was like, what is this smell? This doesn't smell the way I want it to smell. Like, I think if he breathed it in any harder, he would have sucked up the stuffing inside. Wouldn't you, little puppy? Yes. He always insists on inspecting clean laundry. He had pants on. His feet were bare. I studied his physique and saw that my scrutiny quickened his breath. I'll bring the world to its knees for you, baby. Oh, I think we're getting a puppy. Come on, up, up. No, come on, we're not playing. Up. Bo, up. Come on. You can do it. Come on. Come on, you. Nope, come on. Bo, come on. Come on, up. That's a boy. Good boy. That's a good boy. Everyone say hello to the puppy. Hello. Hello, good baby. Yes. Not supposed to lick right now, remember? Okay, remember? Yes, but say hi. Say hi, everyone. Hi, I'm a puppy. I'm the best puppy in the history of puppies. I slept most of the day, so now I can be up and run around and climb on things I'm not supposed to all night. Right? Right, little baby? Right, little baby? Hmm? Yes. He's going, you had food earlier. Is there any left? Can I have some food? Food? Yeah. You have plenty of food. You have a whole bowl of kibble in the kitchen. Of course, to you, that's just backup food, right? Yeah. Because your real food is whatever I can steal. Good baby. Yes. Yes, you are. Yes, you are, you sleepy little thing. Yes, you sleepy little thing. Yes. Oh, he was so attentive when I was setting up the ducks. Okay. Running behind tonight, so I can't cuddle you forever. I know you don't understand why. I know. I know. You think I set this up just to cuddle you and show you off? Yeah. Easy go, baby. All right. Say goodbye to the puppy. He may or may not return later, depending on his nap schedule. Right? Yes, depending on your naps. Yes. Mwah. Love you, puppy. Okay. You hold down your pillow. There we go. Yeah. That's a good boy. Oh, here. Your leftover piece. You want some? Okay, there we go. Now he's happy. He got a treat. Uh, his hand stroked my bare shoulder, and his eyes followed the motion of his palm. I'll show you places you've never even dreamed about. Is anyone else hearing an Aladdin song? I leaned in closer and kissed the spot he leaned in closer and kissed the spot he had caressed. See, now she's kind of cheating if she doesn't put a stop to it. I want you to see the sunrise in Burma as we fly in a hot air balloon. Hey, let me know in the chat. Have you ever been in a hot air balloon? What was it like? His lips brushed against the skin of my neck. I want you to drink cocktails in Tokyo, watching the colorful lights of the city at night. I closed my eyes as Nacho's lips touched my ear. I want you to make love to me on a surfboard off the shore of Australia. I will show you my world. Yeah, I'm definitely going. Yes, Deacon, that is the song. Yes. Yes. I think he's quoting that. I think that he is. Because it kind of sounds like it. I mean, if you're gonna steal from the greats. But I think Disney may have some copyright issues. Oh. I took a step back. My will was weakening. Without a word, I passed through the door on the opposite side of the large living room and went out to the terrace. It bordered the beach. I took my shoes off and stepped into the still warm sand. My dress dragged behind me, leaving a streak of smooth beach. I had no idea what I was doing. I was cheating on my husband with his greatest enemy and his worst nightmare. Well, you're definitely cheating. I don't know about the greatest enemy part because I'm sorry. He just does not strike me as being that. I might as well just stick a knife in his back and twist, watching him suffer. Hey, for everything he's put you through. I sat down and listened to the steady rhythm of the waves, sipping my wine. You can run from me, Nacho said, joining me, but we both know you can't run from your thoughts. I didn't know how to answer. He was right. but at the same time, I didn't want any changes in my life. Not now. Not when it had finally started to look normal. Wow, have you forgotten what normal is? I mean, I'm certainly not a person to answer what normal is because I don't have a fucking clue, but I know what it's not. I thought about Massimo and suddenly realized something. Oh my god, my phone. I groaned, terrified. His people will be here in a moment. I have a GPS chip implanted. Even if my phone is down, he knows where I am. Okay, so are we admitting that, yeah, he put a GPS tracker in her body again? No, not here, Nacho replied calmly, even as I shot up in panic. The house has jamming systems. Tracking devices, wiretaps, and all that shit can't see us here. Well, those things have limited ranges, so. Oh, something needs to be barked at. A lot. That's his I'm a big dog bark. Good boy, Bo. Good boy. That's my good boy. Turning his head, sending me a tender look. You disappeared, B, and you can remain invisible for as long as you want. Why is he suddenly calling her B? B-E-E, like Bumblebee. Where did this come from? I don't understand. You want to be petted, little puppy? Yes, you did good. You did good barking. Good barking. Good boy. That's a good boy. Yes, you are. Good boy. Good boy. Yeah. Good boy. You good boy. Yes, it does. I very much. How do you make love on a surfboard? I'm sorry. That does just sound like you're just asking to get dumped in the ocean. Like, I don't think it's possible. You want to come up? Yeah, come on. Okay. He needs to be praised for barking at whatever he was barking at. Yes, you did good. You did good. You did good. I have a friend of mine who praises her dog for barking when the smoke alarm goes off because she wants her to bark if it ever goes off in the middle of the night. To which she does. She's also a tiny dog who's very proud of herself when she barks. Persnickety, is there anything that makes the ever even tempered Sasha bark at stuff? There's no more food on the desk, you little mooch. Yeah, that's what you're sniffing for. Yeah. Okay, I gotta keep reading. We're way behind. He was a very good boy last night. Yes. You kept coming over for cuddles. Being a good puppy, didn't you? Yes, you're a very good puppy. Yeah. Yes, he's a very good boy. Yes, he is. Okay. Mwah. Okay. You hold down your pillow, okay? There we go. That's a good baby. Good boy. True, sharks don't usually attack humans. I mean, they're I mean, some sharks do because, like, tiger sharks and sand sharks tend to kind of attack anything that moves, especially if they're younger. But that's why beaches in Australia have shark nets. They're not perfect, but they help. And he did say off the coast in Australia, so there's other things to be concerned about. Like, I know there's a time of year where they get these things called blue bottles that are, like, really poisonous jellyfish, and they tend to, like, swarm the beaches, like, for a certain, like, 3 weeks of the year, and getting stung by them is no joke. I plopped down on the sand again, but inside my head, thoughts and emotions were spinning like a whirlwind. Part of me wanted to go back to my apartment. Another one dreamed of Nacho taking me then and there on the beach. Don't have sex on the beach. Sand will get places you do not want sand. I shivered, feeling his closeness, my heart racing. They're the same as man of war. Yes, that's what they're also. I've heard them called Portuguese man of war. Yeah, I've heard them called that too. I don't know if maybe they originated in Portugal or what, but yeah, they're they look like nasty little things. They've got like stingy tendrils that are like 10 feet long, and they're hard to see in the water. Sand mites and tiny crabs. Uh huh. Uh huh. Uh huh. Uh huh. Things you do not want near the vajayjay. Uh, I shivered, feeling his closeness. My heart was racing, and my hands trembled as though trembled at the thought of his warmth. I need to go, I whispered, squeezing my eyes shut. Are you sure? He asked, rolling on his back and stretching. Jesus, you're doing this on purpose. Why is she suddenly saying Jesus? Yes, use a damn bed. Nobody in this book ever fucks in a bed ever. Like, I think it hasn't been since the first book that anyone had sex in a bed. Bull sharks, yeah, they're aggressive. They're big too. I think great whites are the biggest. I put my glass down and propped myself on my hands, planning to get up again. Nacho's arms shot out and pulled my arms from under me as he rolled me onto him. Sitting astride him now, I watched his joyful smile as he held me in a firm grip. I didn't defend myself or try escaping. He crossed his arms behind his head. I want to take you somewhere, he said, and his face brightened even more. My friend has a racing track not far from here. There are a couple of bikes there. Ah, motocross. My eyes widened. I heard you like to ride and are quite good at it. When have we ever known that she knows how to ride a motorcycle? I feel like that is not a thing. Yeah, also that. I nodded. That's great. He rolled us over. Now I was under him. Oh, this is just getting better and better. I'm taking you to a race tomorrow. You can bring Olga. I'll bring Amelia. We'll spend some time together, get some lunch, maybe go for a swim. Are you serious? Sure. Besides, I know you booked your apartment for the entire week. You have the time to spare. Oh, that's right. She's in Spain for like some fashion thing. Okay, I'd completely forgot that. That's right. She's pretending to be a fashion mogul, designer, seller, whatever. I'm not exactly sure. It was unclear what job it is in the fashion world she's trying to do. But something fashion, she's in Spain right now and that's why he's here. Okay, now it's coming back. It really did take that long. I did not remember a goddamn thing. Now it's coming back. I don't think I've ever forgotten this much of a book I'm continuously reading in my life. I have books in my head I intentionally tried to forget, and I still remember too much of them. Just like, who's heard that Andy Serkis, yes, the guy who played Gollum, is the power behind an upcoming Animal Farm movie? Probably not the first one. Like, when I think about it, somebody has probably made a movie of Animal Farm before. But it was sad to see Andy Serkis, because apparently he loves that book, and he's like been pushing for this for years, so he used his Hollywood clout to get it done. We will never, ever, 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 ever be screening it at movie night because I fucking hate that book. Yeah, the George Orwell book, yeah. Yeah, she's in fashion now since last week. Since hubby bought her a fashion company, and then it just sat there for months, and then when she was trying to find a reason to get out of bed after being depressed, she went, "Oh yeah, I own a fashion company. I should try to do something." Yes, same author that wrote 1984. I still got to read that. I have a copy of that and I've never read it. I think they also made a rather well-known movie of 1984. Again, haven't seen it, but I think I remember hearing that there is a movie. I couldn't believe what he was saying. The notion of spending time together was enticing, but I knew I wouldn't be able to lose my security detail again. Those poor guys were probably having heart attacks. Excuse me. Massimo must have learned by now that he wouldn't be able to locate me. I need some time, Nacho, to think, I said. He grinned even wider. I'll tell you what conclusion you'll arrive at. Okay, you're a douchebag if you start a sentence like that. Just wrap your legs around me, will you? How about no? Puzzled, I did as he asked. Why would you, why? Why? He sat up, lifting me from the ground. Now my most delicate spot was touching his bulging erection. Yeah, that's why you don't. This woman is so stupid. At some point, you'll realize that your husband isn't the man you knew, but an imitation of who you wanted him to be. Except he's acting exactly the same as he always has. She's just now realizing that he's a total douchebag. She was okay with it before. Now she's not okay with it. That's what's changed, not him. He is exactly the same. If you ask me, he can't even satisfy your most basic needs. Like you would know. Yeah, I think originally wasn't like I don't remember what 1984 is originally based on. I think it had something to do with the Cold War, which was in the 80s. I think I don't really know much about it. History is not my thing. Oh, really? I crossed my arms, trying to put some distance between the two of us. In response, Nacho lifted his hips slightly. I moaned quietly as his hard cock rubbed against my clit. This is definitely cheating. Oh, really? He said, grinning. He wrapped one arm around my waist and grabbed the back of my neck with the other, pressing his body against mine. He thrusted with his hips. This is not entirely consensual. If you want me, baby, you want me, baby, but not because of my colorful tattoos and my money. Since when are colorful tattoos a seduction trait? Did I miss the memo? He thrusted again, and I threw back my head on instinct. How horny do you have to be that fully clothed grinding is getting this response? You want me because you're in love with me, same as I'm in love with you. Nacho's hips were ruthless. My hands flew to his face and started caressing it. Is she gonna come from this? Because I swear to God. I don't want to fuck you like your husband does. I don't want to dominate you. But that's what she likes. His lips gently brushed against mine. I want you to yearn for my closeness. I want you to want me inside you. I want to want I to want the two of us to be as close to each other as possible. He kissed me slowly and delicately, and I didn't fight him. I will adore you. Each little fragment of your soul will be sacred to me. I will break you free from everything that takes your peace away. Okay, so he's just over promising. Nacho's tongue slid inside my mouth and started its dance. If anyone was watching, it would look like we were making love. My hips pressed against his. Girl, you are making love. You're just not fucking yet. Pretty damn close, though. My hips pressed against his. We stroked each other's faces. I felt an orgasmic wave rise in my stomach. Nacho felt it too. I tried breaking free, but he held me in place. There we go. Now we have crossed the line. There is the definitive line. I tried breaking free, but he held me in place. Therefore, this is no longer consensual. Was it? I don't know. I never did the bases thing. I still am not entirely sure what is like first base, second base. I really don't know where the lines on that are because I was the girl who found kissing gross, but if you wanted to fuck, that's okay. But don't kiss me and don't use tongue. Somebody asked me once if I found fucking less intimate than kissing, and I said yes. Still true. I mean, I have nothing against kissing. I just don't like kissing with tongue. It's gross and slimy, and I don't want your germs in my mouth. Yeah, seriously, beach. Yeah, there's occasionally some nasty things at the beach. You know, beaches are not particularly clean places. Don't fight me, my love. His hand slid to the back of my head while the other rested on my buttock, pressing me harder against him. So he's a rapist too, just in case we didn't know. Like, the only way that he is different from Massimo is that he uses, like, being charming and on the surface being nice to get to the exact same place. Massimo will just grab her by the neck and be evil and violent, but Nacho is doing the same thing. He's doing the same thing. He's just using different words, but they are the same. I want to bring you ecstasy. I want to give you everything you ever dreamed about. I climaxed. How do you come from that? How? How? I do not understand. With a loud moan, I came, rubbing against the zipper of his pants. Ow! His soft tongue led me in a slow, gentle kiss. His open eyes glittered with what I saw was pure happiness and joy. Was it the fact that I hadn't had sex with my husband for weeks? Or that I was with Nacho and one of my fantasies was being realized? I didn't care right then. It wasn't important what had made me come so hard. Wrong spelling. Where's my pen? Oh, also someone is a rapist. What are we doing? I asked, sobering up. His hips stopped. His hips stopped their rotation and his lips retreated. Okay, I'm being informed what the bases are. Let me see. The bases are the 4 Fs: French, feel, finger, and fuck in that order. I can go with that. I'm still skipping the first one. But that makes sense at least. You know, I feel like that got passed around in high school and I just didn't get the memo. Hey, who went to a school where, like, once, twice a year, everyone would secretly be passing around and this is very late 90s, early 2000s, but who went to a school where once, twice a year, one of the popular kids would make up the "who's gay" list? And they actually meant gay as in, like, closeted because it wasn't okay to be out at the time and everybody knew it. But, yeah, it was mostly a middle school thing. I think it happened in one or two high schools I went to, but it was mostly a middle school thing. But yeah, we'd all hear about it when it was going around. I never actually saw any of the lists, but I certainly knew when they were going around. And you hear, oh, so and so is on it, and it's always like, how are you supposed to believe that? Because yeah, but I don't think anyone took it seriously. Every now and then, one of the teachers would find out. Yeah, they made a list. It happened in the middle schools that I went to. Yeah, least four times that I heard about over grade 6, 7, 8. There was, yeah, once, twice a year there would be you had actual sex tapes. We had a sex room, a couple of them. Never had actual sex tapes. I did go to two schools that had sex room scandals that the schools covered up very much so. One was in a really big high school. It had 4,000 students at the time, and it genuinely was a really big building. It was huge. Takes up an entire city block and has 4 floors in the main building, 6 in the towers. And yes, it had towers. But it had a lot of unused classrooms, and somebody had gotten the key to one and turned it into a sex room that if you knew the right people in the school, there was a sign up sheet, and you would pay, like, it was like $20 to rent the room for a couple hours. And there were options. You could ask for things. You could ask for condoms, lube, clean sheets. There was like a couch in there to do it on. Clean sheets, candles, snacks, soda. There was like a whole menu of services like a hotel. So there was that. That was in the big high school. And then when I was in the alternative program that I eventually graduated from, there was a common room. It was supposed to be like a study room, but nobody ever used it. Again, it was locked and somebody got a key and there was a couch, and therefore it turned into a sex room. But they got caught really quickly because it was like 4 people that they weren't like renting it out. They were just using it to fuck while at school because like they all lived with their parents. So they didn't have anywhere else. And so they got busted pretty quick. Like, by the time I heard about it, it had been going on for like 3 weeks, and it only lasted like another few days, and they all got expelled. Uh, what are we doing? I asked, sobering up. His hips stopped their motion, and his lips retreated. Ruining your dress. His humor was contagious. I snorted in laughter. This woman has like the emotional, like, yeah, 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 yeah. We've got a big problem now. My pants are ruined too. I rolled off him and noticed a dark stain on his trousers. Ew. He had orgasmed too. It was impossible. Mystical. He'd come with me even though we hadn't had sex. You had a version of sex, wrong spelling again. But you were not just sitting there and it happened. You were doing stuff. Yeah, that happened. Hmm. Yeah, in my high school, the stairwell was mostly for blowjobs. Because there was like the 2 main stairwells, but then the stairwells to the towers, because the towers weren't used, so the stairwells were never used. So they were like extreme privacy above like the 3rd floor. Yeah, mystical. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. A guy who has a sexy woman sitting on top of him, rubbing his crotch with her vagina, and he came. That's not mystical. That's basic biology. All right. Making sure my email's on the right page this week so I don't miss anything. It is. Oh, also wish me luck because I applied for a job I really want. I just applied for it today, so I probably won't hear back for, like, till sometime late next week, but I want it. I also found another thing I want to apply for over the weekend. But they have one of those aptitude test things, and I need to be in, like, good mental space to do it. Thank you, Deacon. I also need to cut my nails, unfortunately, because they slow down my typing. Last time I couldn't stop myself from coming was around primary school. Nacho laughed and laid back on the sand. Isn't primary school isn't that like European for elementary school? Isn't that like pre getting a boner age? Am I very wrong? I don't have kids. So I don't know, but I don't think you get a boner before you're like, 11, 12 when the hormones and the testosterone kick in, which is well past primary school age because primary school is up to like grade 5, so you'd only be maximum like 10. And that is gross, yes. Also, yeah. I'm going back to my apartment, I said, smiling, and got up. I'll drive you. He jumped to his feet and started brushing the sand off himself. Not going to happen, Marcello. I'll get a cab. Okay, please call him Marcello more, because calling him Nacho just makes me laugh. Don't call me that. Okay, apparently no. He said in a serious voice. I was sure he was trying to keep himself from smiling, though. Besides, you have a great stain on the front of your dress. Ew! Ew, 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 ew! Burn the dress. I glanced down and realized he was right. There was no telling if the stain was his seed. Ah! I get to play with fire. Or if I was that wet. Girl, if you're that wet, consult help. I sighed, resigned, and headed to the door. I get to play with fire. It's right on top of the line I highlighted. I'm going to have to be very careful. European primary may count all the way to 8th grade. Okay, yeah, if that's true, then it makes sense. I'm going to ask. Yeah, here it's 1 to 5 would be considered elementary or primary school. 6, 7, 8 is middle school, and 9, 10, 11 is high school. But yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and kindergarten, of course. Also, sometimes the kindergartens by themselves, junior kindergarten, senior kindergarten, get called primary school, and then once you're in grade 1, it gets called elementary school. Don't ask me why, I have no idea, but just remember how it is. And you're more likely to hear the term primary school if you're in a Catholic school. I did Catholic school until halfway through grade 2. And then we moved and I went to public schools after that. I will say one of the most badass teachers I ever had was in the Catholic school. I don't remember her name. I wish I did, but I will never ever forget what she did, because my dad showed up to make a scene at school one day, as he so often did, because he was in a custody fight with my mom. And so he got me like every other weekend, but he would show up and try to take me from school, which the school knew damn well there's a court order in place. He's not allowed to just show up and take me. So they wouldn't let him, which would cause him to yell at the secretary and make a scene. And one time he broke all the windows in the office and the cops got called more than once. But he was there one time shouting, and the teacher like did the lean out the hall, don't scare the kids, close and lock the door because she was afraid he would come to the classroom. But it happened to be library time. And when you're like 6 years old, library time is very, very, very important. And we've all been good all week. So we get to go to the library and return our book from last week, which we totally remembered to bring, and get a new book. And that's the most important thing of the entire week. So it was time to line up and go to the library. And we did. And the teacher came to me in the line and picked me up in her arms. And she walked at the head of the line with everyone behind and walked right past my screaming father without so much glancing at him. And I remember thinking, okay, I like this lady, because that is completely badass. She did not even look at him, just walked right past him with the class, holding on to me so he couldn't grab me. And I was like, okay, total, yep, I love this teacher. And I've always remembered that moment because, like, okay, that is how you do. Get me a hairdryer, I called, rubbing the stain with a moist cloth I found in the kitchen. You're making it worse. I don't exactly use hairdryers, said Nacho, patting his bald head and laughing. I'll get you some of Amelia's clothes, he added, disappearing into the living room. Isn't it convenient that all the women in these books are the same size? I followed him and saw him taking his pants off on the way towards the stairs. He wasn't wearing underwear. There we go. The sight of his tattooed buttocks was enticing. Wow, he's got a lot of tattoos. I stifled a moan. I heard that, he called, vanishing upstairs. Why are you getting naked walking through the house? Go upstairs and change your clothes. Wearing slightly loose gray sweatpants and a white tank top and pink Nike Air Maxes. Designer. Doesn't have to be high end, though I do know Nikes can get damn expensive. It's one of those things I've never understood, why some sneakers are like $700, other than there are idiots willing to pay $700. But my answer to that is why? I was waiting by the house for Nacho. None of my arguments had convinced him, even though I tried reasoning that he couldn't drive me to the hotel because the place was probably under surveillance. He finally agreed to drop me off a couple 100 yards away from the place. I'd go the rest of the way on foot. Are you ready? He asked, slapping my ass as he passed me. Ugh. His forwardness was endearing, boyish and manly at the same time. That's not how that works. I kept still, leaning against the door, but my eyes followed Nacho. My kidnapper wore a black tracksuit and looked very attractive. As he went to the car and bent slightly to open the door, I noticed he was wearing a gun harness. Yeah. Are we in danger? I asked with concern, pointing to the leather straps. Nope. He sent me a puzzled look, only noticing what I was looking at after a moment. Oh, this. I always carry a gun. Just a little quirk of mine. You're surprised. He's a mob hitman. You're surprised that he's always armed? And now I want to watch The Jackal. Who knows that movie? Richard Gere, Bruce Willis. Kind of quirky little film. I think it's the only thing I've ever seen Richard Gere play like an action role in. He leaned his back against the car and looked at me. At my chest, to be precise. Sometimes I surprise even myself with my own ingenuity, he said with a smile. Your perky nipples will definitely make the drive a pleasant experience for me. Ah! God, if somebody said that to me in a car that I was in, I would jump out immediately, 'cause ew! He wiggled his brows and grinned. I glanced down and saw that my nipples really were perfectly visible through the thin fabric of the tank top Nacho had given me. Gee, almost like he did that on purpose. But yes, we shall now play with fire. Okay, I'm gonna try really hard not to burn the part of the other side I don't want to burn, or my hand. So, for the first time tonight, and hopefully not the last, because I really want to watch the world burn tonight, it will make me feel better. 1, 2, 3. Alright, target strike acquired. Oh, that smells really good. Oh, why can't it smell this good all the time? Smells like hot. I think I didn't do too much damage on the other side. Okay, we're good. And also somehow didn't cause an inferno for once. Man, camera really makes this scratch on my chest look so much worse than it is. Hello, camera with the blur. There we go. Because this really is not even a scratch. It's just like a red mark from the puppy. Because, you know, he has big floppy feet. Okay, Deacon, we'll save your seat. Hopefully it's not crazy weather. We've had 3 nights straight here of like between like 3 and 6 a.m. Thunderstorms with hail. My favorite. Look. Not conducive to falling asleep. But it happens in the summer. Though temperatures dropping to -8 usually does not. It's been so cold the last few days, which is crazy. The end of April, it's absolutely insane that it's been like deeply into the minuses. Last time I looked like that, he had pounced on me. The difference was that last time I'd been soaked through. Now the wetness was contained to my crotch. Hand over the sweatshirt, I ordered, stifling a laugh and holding my arm across my breast. We drove slowly, stealing glances at each other. We didn't talk. I was thinking about the future, about what I should do, and whether I would be able to focus on anything from that point on. I considered his proposal, wondering if we should meet the next day. I would love to spend another day with Nacho, but at the same time, I was sure Massimo would learn about that in no time. And then he would kill the both of us. There's like a 50-50 chance that's how the book ends. If I told Olga about my plan to get together with Nacho, she would have died of a heart attack. Thoughts whirled in my head, and I couldn't decide. And I could already feel a headache coming. I turned left and looked at Nacho. He was driving topless. 2 gigantic guns were strapped to his tattooed chest. He propped his head on his left hand, which in turn was propped against the car door. His right hand clutched the steering wheel. Ah, great, so driving a sports car with one hand, because that never goes badly. Once in a while, he hummed along with the songs playing from the radio. Want me to kidnap you for real? He asked all of a sudden, as we entered the part of town I knew. The car stopped. I was actually considering it, I replied, pulling the sweatshirt off. That would make my decision a lot easier. Well, yes and no, because if he kidnaps you, you don't have to make the decision. So, it doesn't make it easier so much as it removes your choice. But that is what she's used to. But on the other hand, I continued, I would never get my past sorted out, and I'd never have shut the doors that are still open. I sighed, hiding my face in my hands. I need to think about it. Get everything in order. I waited for you for months, and before that, my entire life. If you want me to, I'll wait years more. This is so stupid when you remember that the only reason he knows this woman exists on planet Earth is because he was paid to kidnap her and deliver her to her execution. And they were together for like a week and a half at his beach hideaway, where he apparently fell in love with her on sight. I can't meet you tomorrow or the day after. I need you to disappear for now. All right, babe. He sighed and planted a kiss on my brow. I'll be close. Yeah, he's not going anywhere. I got out of the car and started walking towards the apartment. My new heart suddenly flared with pain. It raced, pulsating. My eyes teared up. I wanted to twist around, but I knew that if I so much as glanced at Nacho, I'd go right back to him and tell him yes. He should, in fact, kidnap me. I have a feeling he's going to anyway. My throat cramped. I prayed silently for God to grant me the strength to survive what was coming. Why is she suddenly religious? Why? I entered the hotel and went straight to the elevator. My dress and my clutch were still in the car. Girl, you forgot your stuff. Cursing quickly, I went back to the reception desk and asked the porter for another key to my apartment. On the way up, I could still smell the scent of the canary and surfer on the air. We're not going to laugh at her calling him that. It was everywhere. On my hair, my lips, my neck. It was torture. I missed him so much, I thought my heart would burst, even though we had parted ways no more than 15 minutes before. What was happening to me? I thought, entering the apartment. I okay, we have a typo because it says I went missing the T. It just says WEN missing the T. I went to the chest of drawers, pulled my phone out of my pocket, and connected it to the charger. Ugh. Ugh. Where were you? A familiar growl from behind me. See, I almost said Massimo's gonna be in her apartment, and here he is. So, yep, that's the thing. And let me guess, he's gonna smell the other guy on her. They're gonna fight, and then they're gonna fuck. This is my prediction. The night lamp went on, so he's been sitting there in the dark for who knows how long. Answer me right now, Massimo bellowed, rising from the armchair. Shit. My husband took a step closer. His expression could only mean trouble. Stop shouting, you'll wake Olga. Olga, who's probably in. What? What happened? In the White House or at the White House? You gonna make me pull my phone out and see what the fuck is going on in the world? Yep. Oh, the White House Correspondents' Dinner's tonight. Damn, I gotta catch up on that later. Oh, President Trump evacuated from White House correspondence. Did somebody shoot up the White House Correspondents' Dinner? First Lady removed as well? Like, what? Well, I get, like, security, but what the hell? Yeah, they're just saying security incident. Oh, and there's pictures of agents with their guns drawn. Okay. Well, by the time we're finished, the world should have figured out what is going on. But it didn't say anyone was hurt or dead, so. You'll wake Olga. She's so hammered, not even a bomb would wake her. See, I called it. Said there's a video. I'm pretty sure I can't show it right now. Shooter has been. Somebody actually took a shot at him in the middle of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Are you freaking kidding me? Shots fired at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. What the hell? Okay, the whole world's going crazy. I may not like Trump, but I don't think he should be publicly assassinated. Or that anybody should be shooting up a room with that many people in it. Absolutely crazy. What is wrong with people? And she's with Dominic. The man in black clamped his fingers on my shoulder, painfully. Where were you, Laura? His eyes flared with fury. His pupils dilated and his jaw worked rhythmically. He was angry. Angrier than I'd ever seen him, in fact. Press X to doubt? I needed to think, I said, meeting his eyes. And since when do you care where I am or what I'm doing? I shrugged off his hands. Do I ask where you are or who you spend your time with when you leave for days on end? The last time I saw you was 2 weeks ago, when you stuck your dick in me and left me hanging. I was shouting now. A wave of anger surged inside me, spilling over. I've had enough of this. Of you. Of how you started behaving half a year ago. It's been 6 months. I lost a baby. I was the one who needed surgery. My hand flew out faster than I could think. I slapped him in the face. And you left me, you fucking bastard. Okay, that implies that he was around before all that. He wasn't. Massimo stood rooted to the spot, his hands balled into fists. Yeah, because being slapped is foreplay for him, and now his dick is confused. I could practically hear the frantic beating of his heart. If you think you can leave me, you're gravely mistaken. Yeah, see, that's what it is. He's never going to let her go. He literally will kill her first. I grabbed the collar of my tank top. He grabbed the collar of my tank top with both hands. I'm wearing a tank top. It doesn't have a collar. Tank tops don't have collars. With both hands and ripped it in two with one motion, before lunging forward and biting my nipple. I yelped, trying to defend myself, but he was stronger and shoved me over the bed. Oh, okay. Glad I put up warnings, because I think we're about to need all of them. I'll remind you just what it is that you love in me. Oh, that's not threatening at all. Wait, there was a line I wanted to highlight, and I forgot what it was. Damn it, I gotta be quicker with the highlighting, because I forget things. Yeah, no, completely lost it. There it is. He growled and pulled his belt out. I tried to run, but he grabbed my ankle and pulled me towards him, straddling me and immobilizing me with his legs. Quickly and deftly, he wrapped the belt around my wrists and tied me to the headboard. I squirmed and screamed, thrashing to break free, but Massimo got up and slowly started taking my clothes off. Do we think she actually means that she doesn't want this, or is it just foreplay? Because the two of them are kinky like that. Okay, apparently some tank tops do have a collar. Oh, adding another tick to someone is a rapist. Uh, Tears were rolling down my cheeks and my wrists hurt. I was tied too tightly. He looked at me with satisfaction, and I could see the fury blazing in his eyes. Please, Massimo, I whispered. Where were you? He repeated his question, unbuttoning his shirt. I went for a walk. I needed to think. You're lying. Well, duh, you already said you smell like the other guy. His voice was composed again, low. I got scared. He hung his shirt over the backrest of the armchair and pulled his pants down. They fell to the floor in a heap, revealing Massimo's bulging cock. We always have to have a descriptor for his penis. Like, why? He was ready. His muscular body was glistening with sweat. He was larger than I remembered and more toned. How, girl, you do not forget. There's things you don't forget. His erection was massive. At any other time, I would have burned in ecstasy at the sight and explode like New Year's Eve fireworks before he could even touch me. That sentence sounds like a cat walked across the keyboard. But not today. My thoughts revolved around the Canarian's tattooed body. He was probably still where I left him, waiting. The window was open wide. A cool oceanic breeze gusted into the room. If I yelled his name, he would have heard me. I don't think so. He would have come for me. A river of tears flowed down my face, drowning out the thought. My body tensed as Massimo crawled over me. Open your mouth, he commanded, kneeling over my head. I'm officially gonna, you know what, preemptive more Tums because, yeah, I'm definitely gonna want to puke at what's coming. Now would be a really, really good time to buy a girl a drink. Or handcuffs. Either or. Was not expecting this tonight. Though with this book, I should always expect this. I shook my head. Come on, baby girl. Ah, I get to play with fire. There we go, baby girl. Wow, that is the first occurrence of baby girl in this book on page 101. Wow. In any other book, I would call that restraint. Not in this one. He said with a mocking laugh. I'll do what I want anyway. We both know that. So be a good girl and do as I say. Do I have good girl on the list? No, damn it. And yes, we know that you're a rapist. Got that. My mouth was clamped shut. I can see you're in the mood for some extremely rough fucking today. He pinched my nose, cutting off my oxygen, and waited until I had to open my mouth to breathe. Mm. My vision swam. I was getting dizzy. My mouth opened a fraction to let some air in. Massimo thrusted his hips and slammed his cock into my throat. How is she not, like, she's not going to die from this, but my question is how? Oh yes, baby girl, he breathed, pushing harder, just like that. That's two. I tried keeping still, but the inside of my mouth contorted around my husband's thick cock. Several minutes later, he got up and kissed me. Oh, thank God. I tasted alcohol and the bitter tang of cocaine. Is cocaine bitter? I don't know. He was drugged out of his mind and completely unpredictable. He's not predictable when he's, like, sober. That scared me even more. The fear mixed with the trust I had always had for him. He was my beloved husband, wasn't he? Since when? My defender never has been. The man who had always adored me in a delusional fashion. But now here I was, lying naked, strapped to the bed beneath him, completely defenseless, waiting for the pain to come. See, the thing is, you usually like it when he hurts you, so kinda. His lips trailed down my neck, stopping at my breasts. He pinched and sucked my nipple hard. He bit it as his hand fondled the other. I squirmed, begging him to stop, but he ignored me. I sobbed. He went lower until he reached my thighs. They were pressed tightly together. With one strong motion, he pulled them apart. His tongue started playing with my snatch. Oh, there we go. It gets burned again. This page is going to be nothing but holes. He bit it. He finger fucked me. Where's your vibrator? He asked, raising his eyes to look at my face. I don't have one, I sobbed. You're lying again, Laura. Do we think she packed that for the trip? I don't have one with me. I left it at home. Drawer by our bed. Yeah, see, there's some things you don't take on vacation. I emphasized the word our. Maybe that would work. I was wrong. His eyes filled with even greater anger, and he roared. Oh, please, oh, please, oh, please let him roaring be in the movie so I can die laughing. The man in black knelt between my legs, lifted them both up, and placed them on his shoulders. He was charged in with his. Then he charged in with his throbbing cock, pushing himself inside me as deep as he was able. I cried out, feeling feeling a ripping pain in my abdomen. Okay, how big are we saying his dick is? So, how? He hissed through clenched teeth, bucking me hard. How did you come? Wrong spelling again. His hips were thrusting, hitting me, and I screamed, drowning the slap sound out. Or should I ask, who helped you come? Wrong spelling again. Dude, she could have just masturbated. Deacon, you're coming back into an extreme grape scene, just FYI. Hubby showed up in her apartment and he's coked out of his mind and has her tied to the bed. The frantic speed of his pistoning movements and the pain he was causing muddled my thoughts. I opened my teary eyes and looked straight at him. I hated this man with all my being. I hated what he was doing to me. But despite all that, I felt myself nearing another orgasm. I wanted none of it, but there was no way to stop the pleasure this unstable man was giving me. Does any of the proceeding sound like she was enjoying it at all? Like, I swear the author's a virgin. I swear to God. Soon enough, my body was racked with ecstasy. In the throes of rapture, I let out a piercing shriek. Yes, just like that, the man in black roared, and I felt his cum spilling inside me. You're mine. he came. His fingers bit into my ankles, and I couldn't feel the pain anymore. The only thing that mattered was the enormous wave of orgasm crashing over me. Do I have mine on the list? I do. Okay. That's the end of the scene. This is one of the few times there's an actual chapter break. Yeah. But we've got about 4 spots to burn, so. Okay. Oh, okay. I had pages stuck together. And I just heard how that sounded. Okay. We have more emergency Tums at the ready. All right. First one of 4, which makes 5 tonight. That's pretty good. So far. I hope we get more. But 1, 2, 3. Try and keep this controlled. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. It's hard when I have to be like delicate because I don't want to burn shit that I highlighted. Okay, and number 2, which is now partially obscured. 3, 2, 1. Oh, and there's 3. Whoa, okay, that went up like flash paper. I literally heard it go whoosh. Like, why does it do that? This is how you know the book is of the devil. Like, wasn't there a copy of this in the movie we watched last night? And number 4. See, sometimes it burns like that, and sometimes it burns like this. I was woken up by gentle kisses on the back of my neck. They cast away my dreams of Nacho and his tenderness, in which the events of last night were just a nightmare. Well, I guess this is probably the author's way of like giving her a reason to leave him or try to leave him or something. Yes, you do have to watch good movies after this book. Good movies and comedy. It's a sign of really cheap paper. It's inconsistent and varying in quality. I can get that. Yeah. I think I fully believe that you are right about that. Absolutely. Okay, I have to take a bio break for 2 seconds. Sorry. But I will remind everyone we still have ducks available. Lots and lots of ducks. And very comforting handcuffs. I know to some people that is a contradiction, but I'm not normal. So, comforting handcuffs also on offer. And Skittles. Skittles drink mix, which it is still weird that candies have drink mixes, but I also feel like, if Hershey got in on the game, I would give that a try. But I will be right back. I'm leaving the puppy in charge. Yes, stretch breaks are very important. So is water and snacks. You got your hair dyed purple? Girl, I need a picture. I want to see. Also, you have dark hair, so did you bleach the shit out of it first? Because I tried, anytime I have ever tried to lighten my naturally black hair, let's just say my hair did not agree to the plan. Just like my hair does not agree to be curled, ever. There's some things my hair just will not do, no matter what I do to it. Washable, you can't tell unless they're in the sun. Aww. See, also the paper cracks. It literally cracks like really thin wood. I've never seen paper that cracks before. Stop making a mess on my desk. Sighed and opened my eyes a little, looking back. I saw my husband. Good morning, he purred with a smile. I nearly puked at the sound of his voice. Oh, I'm highlighting that. That will be fun for the burn video. Next week, I promise we'll have the burn video of the last book. I just got caught up in too much stuff this week. There's too much going on. Like, I have parts of it done. I just didn't have time to put it all together because that takes like 3-4 hours. How much did you drink last night? I growled. His eyes grew serious. And what were you on? I sat and saw the look of shock on his face as he stared at my naked body marred by fresh bruises. My wrists were purple from the belt he'd strapped me to the bed with. He hadn't untied me until a few hours before. On my legs and stomach, I bore the quickly blackening traces of his rough touch. This can't be the first time he's left bruises on her. Jesus Christ, he whispered. Okay, so in these chapters, you know how we said like every few chapters there's like a word the author gets fixated on? In these next few chapters, it's Jesus and Jesus Christ because suddenly everybody's religious even though nobody is religious. He whispered, nervously studying the signs of his madness. I froze as he touched me. I felt it. He felt it and retreated to the other side of the bed, hiding his face in his hands. Oh, we're supposed to believe he's capable of shame? Because I don't. I don't think he feels bad at all. Laura, darling, that's on the list. Come on, pen, work. Yes, Deacon, he is. Very, very, very much so. He glanced back at my bruised skin and his eyes teared up. Ugh. Do not try to make me feel bad for the rapist. There are not enough Tums. I knew he hadn't been himself yesterday, but this reaction made it certain. He really hadn't been in control during the night. No, we're going for the intox defense. I was so drunk and high on coke, I didn't know what I was doing. Make it stop. Hi, Ironton. You just missed the scene from hell. Yes, please hit the like button. Thank you for dropping in and saying hi. enjoy our ducks, our pantheon of ducks. They are awesome. There are more ducks if you would like to name one. Oh, yes, the audience can sponsor ducks. There's a PayPal link at the top, and for $10, I will draw a random duck, add it to our pantheon, and you get to name it forever. And every week I introduce all the ducks by name. So we have lots of random ducks left, and we also have our painted ducks that I painted myself because they were duplicates, so I painted them into something else. There's a Yoshi duck, a Christmas Story duck, a Rooster duck, and an Evel Knievel duck. Or you can put handcuffs on me. You don't see the link? Which chat are you in? Let me see if I can. Okay, I know which one you're probably on. Come on, YouTube. Why are you being slow at me? I'm trying to get the chat up. It's at the bottom now? Okay, good. Yeah, because, I don't know, YouTube's being weird. And it keeps moving where, like, pinned comments go. I'm used to them being at the top, and now sometimes they're at the bottom, really confusing me. Oh, I have ashes on my nose. He really hadn't been in control during the night. I sighed heavily and covered myself so he didn't have to watch how much he had hurt me. I am not protecting him from what he did. He tied up and raped his wife. He should feel awful. She should have him arrested or just shoot him. You and your twin have more in common than you think, I said with scorn. Is his twin alive? Did we get an answer to that yet? Because in the book, we didn't see him shot, just the evil ex-girlfriend. She got killed. But I'm pretty sure the twin didn't even get shot in the book, only in the movie. And even in the movie, it's like sussy. Yeah, YouTube is all kinds of confusing at times. Should be easy, but they will find ways to complicate things. It's like our new and improved version of this. And it's like, are you sure about the improved part? Because it was working fine before, but now that you screwed with it, it's not working so fine anymore. I'll stop drinking and never take any drugs again, he said firmly, reaching out with a hand. I accidentally burned through part of this page, so it's missing some words. Bullshit, I snorted. You'll drink or something. I don't know. This is where the hole is. Massimo shot out of bed, ran something, and went down on his knees before me. He took my hand and kissed it. I'm sorry, he whispered. So sorry. So basically, he's every abuser ever, realizing in the morning, oh my God, what have I done? And swearing it'll never happen again. You tried to get a duck and PayPal wouldn't let you? Aw. Is there a way to pay without signing into PayPal? I have no account but want to send some. Sorry for technical difficulties. You know what I can do is I have I don't know if this works in other countries. I have an email address that can be used for e-transfer, like bank to bank. That's like my only other option because we don't have like Cash App here. It's not allowed, so I don't have it. But I can put my email. No, don't worry about disturbing. The stream has been disturbed this entire night. That's our status quo. Tech difficulties, interruptions, disturbings, things falling out of the sky. That's normal here. You're not disturbing anything, believe me. But yeah, I have PayPal or I have e-transfer. I don't know if there is another like Cash App type thing that is allowed here. I should look into that. I'm pretty sure we don't have Venmo, but I'm not sure. I need to go back. I need to go to Poland, I hissed. He raised his eyes. There was fear in them. Either you give me the space I need to think or I leave you for good. Yeah, right. You have Cash App? Excuse me. Excuse me, damn it. Yeah, see, I don't. I should look into that, but yeah, I don't know if that's allowed or not. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but I stopped him with a raised hand. I'm one step from filing for divorce, Massimo. Our marriage died with our child. I'm trying to get everything sorted, and you're not making it any easier. Your grief must end too. Okay, so they're both horrible, horrible people right now. Because it will annoy me if I don't. I'm just seeing if Cash App even comes up on the Google Play Store here. I don't know if it will. Nope, not even listed. No, the only thing that comes up is something called Wise that I've never heard of. So, definitively, Canada does not allow Cash App. Or Venmo. Also, no. I got up and passed him on my way to grab a bathrobe. Either you go to therapy, stop drinking, and return just the way you were a year ago, or we're done. Okay, except how is he any different than he was a year ago? I walked over to him, wagging a finger, because that's the appropriate response. But if you try to control me when I'm in Poland or send your goons after me or come yourself, I swear to you, I'll get a divorce and you'll never see me again. Yeah, you think he's just going to allow that? No. Extreme? No. All this technology and we still have to drag a mop across the floor and I can't seem to send money. Yes, I know. They need to invent a Roomba that mops the floor. They really do. I need that. I spun around and went to the bathroom. Standing in the mirror, I studied my face. I couldn't believe I'd said all that. My own strength, terrifying. My assertiveness was surprising. I'd nearly forgotten I could be like that. That was intentional. Deep down in my heart, I knew the reasons for that. I knew what gave me strength, but it was too painful to think about. He won't leave me. I won't allow it. I raised my eyes and saw Massimo in the mirror. He was standing behind me. His voice was firm and commanding, his eyes cold. I shrugged off the bathrobe and let it crumple to the ground. Naked and bruised, I stood for him to see. He swallowed and sighed, dropped his eyes. "Look at me," I said. He didn't react. "Look at me, Massimo. You can lock me up and rape me, you can do whatever you want, but you'll never have my heart." I took a step forward. He took one back. "I'm not leaving you. I'm just going away to get my head straight." Isn't this like the fourth time she's doing this? Like, girl, just leave. A long silence ensued. He watched me impassively, trying to keep his eyes from the fresh bruises. "The plane is yours. I promise you I won't follow you." How long do we give that? What, like 12 hours? He spun around and left. I collapsed to the cold floor and started crying. I had no idea what to do, but at least the tears brought some respite. Yes, author is horrible. Absolutely, because that could not have been more like Lifetime movie ever. But he is telling the truth. He will kill her before he lets her go. That is an absolute certainty. So I guess we're having another she goes off to something something. It was afternoon when I emerged from my room. For several hours I'd ignored Olga's attempts to get me out of bed. I didn't feel like explaining to her what had happened or showing what my husband had done to me. She would have ripped him to shreds. At the same time, I was nearly certain that Dominic knew. He'd taken her out and kept her occupied, so she didn't have time to pester me. I put on a light, long-sleeved tunic dress, wide hat, sunglasses, and my favorite Isabelle Marant sneakers. Another designer. Oh, wait, I almost forgot to burn a hole in the page. Of course you're not watching this movie alone. We'll all be there with you, laughing and throwing popcorn at the screen. And complaining about the mismatched music and annoying pop songs. For, I think, second time in this book, we have the word darling being burn, baby, burned. Okay, ow! Embers fell on my chest, ow! See, reading is dangerous. Okay, that actually hurt. Damn it, I don't have a mark now. No, Ironton, the book, you have to understand, the book is of the devil. It is possessed. It is like the Necronomicon. Sometimes it burns like with a tiny little hole or with like a little mark. Other times it goes up like a Roman fucking candle. And yeah, that went whoosh a little more than I expected. It actually burned through like 2 pages completely. Yes, I know. Burn the book. Yes. Oh, ow, that hurts now. Ow. I don't have any ice cubes. I walked along the promenade, watching the ocean and thinking, what to do, how to behave, leave Massimo or not. Were you not listening when he just told you that he's not going to let you leave him? Organize my life from the ground up again. Each question was left without an answer, and each new one brought 10 others. What if Nacho turns out to be a monster too? He's an assassin for the mob! He is a monster! I used to think my husband wasn't one. Because you're really stupid. but his behavior the previous night had left me with faith or hope. I noticed a small, gorgeous bistro on the corner. I went inside to have a snack, a sip of wine, and a moment to relax. A delightful old man took my order, and I reached for my phone. What do you bet Nacho shows up and she runs away with him? I wanted to call Mom and tell her I was coming home. I unlocked the screen only to see there was a message waiting for me. It said, "Look to the right." I did. Tears immediately gathered in the corner of my eyes. Nacho was sitting at the table next to mine, looking straight at me. Gee, it's almost like this is the most predictable kind of garbage ever. And how is he sitting right next to you and you didn't notice? He wore a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a long-sleeved shirt. It hid his tattoos. Okay. Sit with your back to the street, he said, keeping still. There's at least one car following you. He's gonna kidnap her with, like, her consent this time. What does that make, like 4 times? I rose slowly and moved, pretending the sun was blinding me. I looked ahead, but with the corner of my vision, I saw the car he had mentioned. Massimo is in Lagos, I whispered, keeping my eyes trained on the phone. I know. I realized that about an hour after I dropped you off. You promised me something, Nacho. I sighed and felt tears streaking down my cheeks again. What happened, baby? His voice was full of concern. I didn't reply. The elderly man walked over and placed a glass of wine on my table. I reached for it. The sleeve of my tunic slid up a little, revealing the purple wheel? Well? WEAL, help. Purple well on my wrist? I've never. WEAL. Is this a typo or a real word? What is this? Nacho's voice suddenly changed. It was a growl now. What did that bastard do to you? Nothing he hadn't done before, only this time it was extra non-consensual. It's like a welt. Are there supposed to be 2 E's? Yes, and again with the growling. What is with all the men in this? They growl, they roar. Basically anything that an animal does, they do. And I mean, they act like animals, so there is that. It's a real word. Thank you. I appreciate that. I turned my head to him and saw his eyes. They were filled with murderous fury. He clenched his hand, breaking his sunglasses with a loud crack. Shards of glass flew to the ground. Uh, when was the last time sunglasses contained actual glass and not plastic lenses? Just pointing that out. In book from like 2021. I will get up in a moment, he said. I will kill your security guards, then I will go find that motherfucker, kill him too. Just casually announce to a whole restaurant that you're about to murder a few people. He rose. Please don't, I muttered, taking a great gulp of wine. If you don't want me to do that, you'll get up, pay for your wine, and meet me 2 streets down the promenade. Go left, then turn onto a narrow street, the second on your right. I nodded at the waiter. But first drink your wine. Okay, what did he put in the wine? I walked across a narrow street along a row of old houses. Suddenly I felt someone grabbing me and pulling me into a narrow doorway. It was Nacho. Who the fuck else is it gonna be? So, yes, he's kidnapping her again. And also, like, this is not romantic. Him saying, I'm about to murder several people, including your husband, unless you come with me. He rolled up my sleeve and studied my bruises. I dropped my head. He took my sunglasses off and looked me in the eyes. What happened, Laura? He asked. I looked away. Look at me, please. There was desperation in his voice, also anger. He tried hiding both those things. He wanted to fuck. I. He asked me where I had been. I started sobbing again. Nacho wrapped his hand around me and hugged me to his chest. Okay, so in. Are we supposed to want her to end up with him? Because he's the gentle, evil guy? I'm going to Poland tomorrow, I said. I need to stay away from both of you for a while. Try forever. He said nothing, keeping me in his embrace. His heart was racing. I raised my eyes and looked at him. He was focused, cold, serious, completely absent. All right, he said finally, planting a quick kiss on my forehead. Call me when you sort things out. Why does everyone sound like a teenager? His arm released me and I felt hollow. Nacho passed through the door and didn't look back. I kept still for a long while, choking on tears. After some time, I returned to the hotel. I was packing the last bag when Olga barged into the room. Her hair was in disarray. Have a spat again? She asked, plopping down on the floor next to me. What is with everyone sitting on the floor? There are chairs. Why do you ask? I sent her a dispassionate look. Because Massimo booked the apartment below ours instead of sleeping with you, and Dominic and I are next door. She pinned me with a stare. What's going on, Laura? I'm going back to Poland, I muttered, zipping up the bag. I need to get away from all this shit. Okay, I get it. But are you talking about Massimo, Nacho, or me? She leaned back, resting her back against the wall and crossing her arms. What about the company? What about everything you've been building all this time? Oh yeah, I completely forgot. She's allegedly the head of an actual company that does something. Nothing. I can manage it online. Besides, you and Emmy will manage without me. I really need to go, Olga. This whole situation is too much for me. I need to talk to Mom. I haven't seen her since Christmas, and there are many more reasons. So, like, getting away from him is a very good idea because of what he just did. But, like, girl, you can't just keep running away from a life that you chose to be a part of. Like, because she really is like a spoiled, pampered brat. Anytime her life is not to her liking, she just runs away. This is like the fourth or fifth time doing that. Like, if you're gonna run, run and stay gone. But otherwise, this is the life that you are choosing to be a part of. So stop whining when it's, like, this is why I have no sympathy for her, because she's stupid. Okay, go, she said, getting up. Just remember about my wedding. I stopped by the door to Massimo's apartment, wondering if this was the right thing to do. Should I go in? In the end, reason and love won. I knocked and heard the lock turning. It was Dominic. He sighed deeply and gave me a weak smile, letting me inside. Where is he? I asked, crossing my arms. In the gym. He nodded, pointing me in the right direction. I thought my room was big, but I see they always kept the best for the big boss. I snorted ironically and passed through a series of rooms, realizing my husband's apartment took up half the entire hotel floor. There were grunts and roars coming from behind a door. Why? Why with the roaring? Why? I knew those sounds. I passed through and saw Massimo pummeling one of the security guards with his fists. There was no cage this time and no fight. The tall Italian stood in front of the man in black with boxing pads on his arms. My husband kept punching and kicking them with wild abandon. The other man barked things out, and Massimo followed the orders, switching hands and legs. He didn't notice me, so I cleared my throat loudly. He stopped and said something to the large man, who threw the pads to the ground and left. The man in black grabbed a bottle of water and downed it before stepping closer to me. If not for what had happened the night before, I would have thought his body was the sexiest thing in the world. His long legs, bound in tight sports leggings, looked more toned and longer than they really were, and his sweaty, heaving chest made me salivate. How are you turned on by him after what he just did? See, this is why she makes no sense. This is why she is the worst written characters ever, because after what he just did, she should not be finding him attractive or sexy in any way or want to see him. Ugh. Massimo knew the effect he had on me. He pulled off his gloves and ran his fingers through his hair. Hi, he said, walking towards me. I wanted to. I forgot what I was about to say. Yes, he stepped closer, dangerously close. I inhaled his beautiful scent. I closed my eyes and felt exactly like I had several months before when I had wanted that man above all else. He wanted something, baby girl. He asked again. Okay, now we go. Now we get to play with fire again. Doing this with my wrong hand. Ooh. I need to practice my left-handed writing. I've gotten rusty. I was rooted to the spot. I wanted to say goodbye, I stammered, opening my eyes. He was leaning closer to me. No, please, I breathed as his lips froze an inch from mine. I cowered. Okay, why did you cannot go from staring at him, finding his body sexy, to cowering in fear in 1 second. These things do not exist at the same. I should have had a category for author doesn't know how people work. I would have run out of space. You're afraid of me. He slammed his empty water bottle against the wall. Jesus, Laura, how can you... Dude, you're literally asking how she can be afraid of you when her being afraid of you is what gets you off and has been a very large part of your sex life way before last night. I rolled up my sleeve, revealing the bruise. He piped down. It isn't that you fucked me, I said calmly. It's that you did it against my will. Hey, she finally admits something was against her will, implying that she has will. I think that's a first. And here's the world's worst answer. Brace for impact. Jesus, I've done it about 100 times against your will. That's where the fun comes from. Excuse me while I quietly pass away after reading that. I mean, that is saying the quiet part out loud. By the way, I promise you none of this is going to be in the movie. Absolutely none of this is going to be in the movie. 0%. This is why I have no idea what the third movie is going to be, because they can't film any of this. So what the hell did they film? I'm guessing a lot of scenery shots and sunsets over the beach. Because they sure can't admit that, yep, he's a rapist and that's been their primary sex life. I don't think Netflix would, like that. Mm. He took my face in his hands. How many times have I fucked you after you told me to stop? Because you had just taken. How many times have I fucked you after you told me to stop? Because you had just taken a shower, or because I would crumple your dress or ruin your hair, but then you always beg me to keep going. I want him dead. How many times did I tell you to keep going yesterday? The man in black bit his lip, but he withdrew a step. Exactly. You don't even remember what you did. You don't remember my tears. You don't remember my pain. How I begged you to stop. I felt an explosion of fury inside. You raped me. At least she's finally saying it. Here it is. I said it. I felt nauseous now. She's gonna find out she didn't go back to him, right? Massimo stood immobile, breathing shallowly. He was angry and resigned. He looked wretched. I know there's no justification, he managed. Says the guy who just gave like 5 excuses. Dropping his head. I want you to know I called a therapist today. How would that go? How would that go? Confidentiality only extends so far. My face must have a contorted in the weirdest expression. You know, I'm flashing to a scene from Hannibal of Margot Berger talking to Hannibal, and he's asking her if she's going to try and kill her brother again, and she goes, "See, that's where therapy gets tricky. If I tell you I intend to commit a crime, you have an obligation to try and stop me and report me. But if I tell you I already committed one, you don't." She's not wrong. I'm beginning therapy as soon as I go back to Sicily. Massimo continued. I'll quit drinking and I'll never touch that white shit again. I'll do anything for you to feel safe with me again. Yeah, this is gonna last, what, like a week and a half? I took his hand, wanting to encourage him and show him my support. And then we'll have a daughter and I'll lose my mind with the two of you, he added with a laugh. I punched him in the stomach. He was gorgeous at that moment, smiling and almost relaxed. I knew it was just a mask. I swear to God, the book has ADHD. Like emotional ADHD. We'll see what comes next, I said, turning my back on him. He grabbed me by the arm, more gently than usual. Then he pushed me to the wall. Oh my God. His face hovered right in front of mine as if he was waiting for consent. There's a first. Yeah, cerebellum with a very good point. Says the guy who from the beginning, while groping her boob, said, I won't do anything without your consent. Yet has constantly done everything without her consent. The first thing he did was kidnap her. That's kind of the definition of I do not consent. I actually could use something very, very sugary right now. Excuse me. I want to slide my tongue into your mouth. Taste you, he whispered. And suddenly I felt hot at the sound of his voice. Let me kiss you, Laura. I promise I won't come to Poland, and I'll give you as much freedom as you need. I swallowed loudly and exhaled slowly. The biggest problem was that my husband looked like a god, and I just couldn't say no to him. See, this is my, she's the worst. Please be, I began, but he didn't wait for me to finish. He pushed his tongue between my lips. See, he cannot go 5 seconds within the realm of consent. Like, he asked her for consent, she did not answer him, and he did it anyway. While doing the I want you to feel safe with me, please forgive me, baby. He is just literally the worst. Absolutely the worst. We're gonna play with fire again. For baby girl. For the 3rd time tonight. Alright, let's see if it goes whoosh again. 3, 2, 1. Nope. Doesn't really smell like anything this time. Wait, is there a puppy? No. He's under his puppy bed, I think. I can't see if he's on the couch. Okay, he's a sleepy puppy somewhere. Strangely, he kept the kiss delicate and slow, full of affection. Him showing her affection is strange. He was so gentle, as if he could break me with a touch. Slowly his tongue brushed against mine. I love you, he whispered finally, and kissed me on the brow. End of chapter. Okay, it was a long chapter. We're actually not that far off on page count. We're only like 5 pages off, which is surprising given how late of a start we got. But, like I said, I had the night from hell. That is still not over because my brain is still wrestling with the thing that I had to do, and I still don't like the changes that I had to make after being screamed at by people online, not the people in this chat, but other people, that I was very, very wrong in how I initially phrased things. Apparently my version of being direct and clear comes off as rude and condescending. To which my answer is usually the rest of the world can fuck off and grow the hell up. But I actually need to accomplish something with what I'm writing, so I have rephrased, but I utterly hate what I wrote, and it makes me sick to show it to anybody. But I'm told it will work, so that's the trade-off. Chapter 8. I wanted no bodyguards or drivers, none of that. But despite promising me that nobody would follow me, Massimo couldn't leave me completely alone. It just wasn't possible for him. Yeah, it is. He's just an asshole. I passed through the VIP terminal at the airport, and the first person I saw outside was Damien, grinning and leaning against his car. Who is this? I don't remember who this is. I can't believe it's you, I cried out, greeting him with a great big hug. Who is this guy? I don't. Hi there, babes, he said, lifting his glasses. I don't know exactly what's been happening out there for the last few months, but your hubby called Carol and asked that I keep an eye on you personally. Right, so he can't leave her alone at all. I laughed inwardly as he opened the door to his Mercedes. It was clear why Massimo had done this. He wanted me to know he trusted me, and knowing he couldn't renege on his promise, this was the only way to keep me at least a bit protected. Okay, just being way too understanding. He definitely is breaking his promise because she said like nobody was allowed to follow her or no bodyguards, no nothing. Like this is not him keeping his word and giving her space. This is just changing the person that is spying on her. I do not have a clue who this guy is. Where are we going? Asked the warrior, turning in his seat to look at me. Oh wait, is he uh the the MMA guy? Did they went to like a pay-per-view fight? Is it that guy? I really don't remember. Turning in his seat to look at me. Let me just tell you this. I ain't gonna wear a driver's cap. Take me home, I replied with a smile. Does she even have a house in Poland anymore? Like, is she going to her parents? What? It wasn't far. Just a couple minutes later, he parked the car in the underground garage. Is she really paying rent on an apartment in Poland when she lives in Italy now? Like, why? Rent a hotel room. I suggested we order some food and have a chat, and Damien happily agreed. I heard what happened, he said, putting his half-eaten KFC spicy wing on his plate. Wow, KFC is really everywhere. You want to talk about it, or shall we pretend nothing's wrong? That depends. How loyal do you have to be to Carol and my husband? Not as loyal as to you, he replied immediately. Okay, so I don't think this is MMA guy, but I have no clue who he is. If you're asking if I'm here to grill you for intel, it's nothing like that. Your husband pays me a good buck, but you can't buy loyalty. Actually, you can. He leaned back on the couch. And you have it. Remember our last conversation on Skype? He nodded. Yeah, sure. That day, after we talked, I met a man who kidnapped me and changed my entire life. You're gonna have to be more specific. Recounting the whole story took me a long time. I talked and Damien listened, laughing or shaking his head where appropriate. Finally, I reached the last 48 hours. Of course, I skipped the details of what had happened between me and Nacho in Lagos. I also left out what happened after that, how my husband raped me. Something seems off in this story, Damien said, pouring me another glass of wine and a cup of water for himself. That Spanish guy. Canarian, I cut in. Stop doing that. Yeah, that guy. You seem to care for him. And each time you talk about him, your eyes shine. His words terrified me. See? I can see through you. And now you look like you're going to have a heart attack. So cut the bullshit and tell me everything. I scratched my head, searching for a good explanation, but after practically chugging a bottle of wine and about a dozen sleeping pills to help me survive the flight, I wasn't exactly at my intellectual prime. Okay, if you mix a bottle of wine with, and I swear to God, it says a dozen sleeping pills, that is a recipe to unalive yourself, not sleep through a plane flight. He's why I'm here. Without Olga and Massimo, I sighed. He's gotten into my head, and I let him. Don't you think he did that because you weren't as happy as you thought you were? He paused but kept his eyes trained on me. Look at it like that. If you're if you're sure of something, normally nobody can change your mind. Nothing can topple a solid foundation, especially when it comes to feelings. He lifted a finger explaining. But if there's even a shadow of a doubt and the foundation isn't sound, all it takes is a gust of wind and everything tumbles like a house of cards. You're just saying that because you hate my husband. I couldn't care less about that fuck. It's about you. He paused, scratching his cheek. Let's take us, for instance. You and I from years ago. I was an idiot and I didn't take the risk, although that might be a bad example. It sure is, I agreed with a smile, but I think I know what you're getting at. Yes! Cerebellum, you know! Yes, it is! It absolutely is! Like, that's not. Like, you have a responsibility as an artist, whatever your chosen medium, to not cause damage. Books like this cause damage. Saying idiot things like that definitely causes damage. Because somebody reading this could take that to mean that it's perfectly okay to drink a bottle of wine and chase it with a dozen sleeping pills to sleep through a flight. Like, why did you have to say it doesn't? You couldn't have said one? The next morning, I was supposed to go to my parents' place, but as soon as I opened my eyes, I came up with a devilish idea. This is going to be stupid, isn't it? I skipped to the bathroom and prepared myself. An hour later, I rummaged through the cupboard looking for the keys. It was May and the weather in Poland was gorgeous. Everything was in bloom, waking to life. Just like me. The intercom chimed. I told Damien I'd be with him shortly and grabbed my bag. I looked very good in off-white Louis Vuitton ankle-high sneakers. Louis Vuitton makes sneakers? Why am I not surprised? Louis Vuitton ankle-high sneakers, white torn shorts, and a thin sweater that revealed most of my midriff. It was a bit girlish, but the idea I had had that morning wasn't exactly mature either. Oh, so we're finally admitting it. Hi there, big man, I greeted Damien, looking for a comfortable position in the passenger seat. You look fucking amazing, he said, shooting a glance at me. To your parents' house? I shook my head. The Suzuki dealership. I grinned and his eyes went, she's gonna buy a motorcycle. Now we're ripping off that scene from Twilight! Protecting you means I have to make sure you're safe, you know, he muttered. To the Suzuki dealership, I repeated, nodding my head vigorously. Yeah, she's about to do stupid shit and put herself in danger to see if her husband materializes to save her, because we all know he's there and watching her. All right, get ready to Google. I pointed to a GSX R750, and the motorbike salesman nodded with appreciation. Doesn't say who makes it. That one, I said, sitting on the bike and watching Damien fuming with anger. I can't tell you not to do it, Laura, but I'll have to call Carol, and he'll call Massimo, he barked. He said. Call him then, I barked, leaning over the tank. 150 horsepower at 13,000 RPMs, the young salesman prattled. Top speed? I can see what's written on the tag. I cut him short. Do you have it in black? The guy's eyes bulged as I continued unfettered. And a racing suit, also black. Denise, if you've got it. I guess that's a brand of something. I saw one that I liked somewhere here. And City Boots, SIDI, with red stars on the sides. They're over there. I dismounted the motorcycle. I'll show you the ones. The helmet will be the hardest to pick. Ah. Okay, I can't put that under ugly cars because it's not a car, but it's still pretty ugly. It also looks like a trick racing bike more than like a street bike. The poor man fussed around me, shooting glances at Damien, probably wondering if I was being serious and he'd score the best sales deal of the season. When I had everything, I presented myself dressed in the tight racing suit, gloves, and boots. I had my new helmet tucked under my arm. Perfect, I said, glancing at the two dumbfounded men. I'll take everything. Bring the bike to the entrance, please. Miss, there's just one problem. The salesman hesitated. The bike must be registered for you to take it away, and the one you selected is brand new, so. What do you mean? I snapped, narrowing my eyes. If you're in a hurry, we don't have a registered bike in black. He headed towards the door. But we have a demo version. Same parameters, but it's red and black. And it's been used during test drives. Okay, why do you have a bike in your store that you haven't registered yet? Like, that's shady. I pondered his words for a moment, biting my lip. Damien looked smug, thinking my plan had just failed. Well, at least the red will go nicely with the stars on my boots. I'll take it. I passed the salesman my credit card. Damien face-palmed. I'll get the papers in order. I started the engine and the motorcycle roared. I grinned wildly and put the helmet on, lifting the visor. He'll fire me, Damien groaned, dropping his head. Not gonna happen. Besides, he'll be too furious to think about you. He'll want to kill me. So yeah, she's just doing this to piss off her husband. Like, you don't need any help doing that. He's perpetually pissed off. I hadn't felt power like that for so long. I couldn't help feeling overexcited and a bit scared, too. I hadn't ridden for some time and needed to get used to handling the monster before I really started having fun. Okay, she's never, ever, 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 ever mentioned that she knows how to ride a motorcycle. I drove across Warsaw rather slowly, sensing my bodyguard's car behind my back and feeling the vibrations of my phone in my pocket. Massimo must have learned about my newest purchase already. I revved the engine. There was a lot of traffic on the streets, but after 10 minutes or so, I recalled why I loved riding bikes so much. So much that we've never heard about it. The straight, wide road ahead challenged me to test the capabilities of my new motorcycle. As soon as there was some space, I gunned the machine and charged forward. You're a purebred bitch, I said. I still don't want to know what that fully means. Patting the bike with fondness as I parked it by my parents' house. What the hell was that? A moment later, a Mercedes S-Class arrived, tires screeching, and Damien stormed out. Do you have any idea how that man can fucking scream? He called out, slamming the door shut. I've been through hell. Oh, so my husband called, I asked with a smirk. Called? He was on the line the entire fucking time, screaming at me in 3 goddamn languages. Right, I muttered, and my pocket started vibrating again. The screen of my phone flashed with one word, Massimo. Good afternoon, dear husband, I said in fluent English. Do we need to be reminded that she speaks fluent English? What the hell were you thinking? I'm coming to Poland. See, I gave him too much credit. I said 12 hours and I don't think it's been 12 hours yet. I'm also surprised he isn't already there, honestly. Like, I really am. He yelled into the receiver so loud I had to draw it away from my ear. Remember our deal, I said. If you come, I divorce you. He piped down and I continued. Before I met you, I rode motorcycles and I intend to do so again. Why shouldn't I, after all? I sighed. Sometimes our relationship seems more dangerous than riding what's between my legs now. Lara, the man in black growled. Am I wrong, though, Don Torricelli? For 29 years I was fine, and in the last year I've been shot, lost a child, been kidnapped. That's a low blow, baby girl, he muttered. No, it's not! No, it is not! That is not a low blow. She has been in danger since the second you kidnapped her, and you know it. He fucking knows that. He had to know that whoever he married, even if he didn't kidnap someone and brainwash her, even if he, met someone and like married them in a normal way, he has to know that anyone being his wife when he's the head of a mob family is going to be in constant danger. That's just a fact. So no, it is not a low blow to call out that you have put her life in danger repeatedly. That's just true. But we get another baby girl. Baby girl is catching up. It's in the lead now. Oh, cerebellum. It would not surprise me if those are the ugly ass sneakers that are being referenced in the book. They're certainly ugly enough. And ridiculous looking enough. Oh, I would only wear those for money. It's the truth, and stop taking it out on Damien. He was on your side in this, I said, winking at my ex. Now forgive me, but I'm sweating in this suit. Silence. And stop freaking out. I'll come back safe and sound. If anything happens to you, I'll kill... Who? Kill who this time? I cut him short, irritated. Myself. I'm nothing without you. He went quiet and then hung up. So now we're at... Yep, now we're at him threatening to do that if you don't come back to me. I stared at the blank screen, admiring his self-control and negotiating skill. What? Done. I looked at Damien, who was waiting with his back propped against the car. Now you can go back to the city. I'll stay here for a couple days. I'll be around. I booked a room at a hotel a mile away. Don't get mad, but I want to have my eye on you. You know how Massimo can get. He shrugged and I gave him the thumbs up, accepting his reasoning. Damien brought my bags to the porch and left. I turned the key in the ignition, and the engine of my motorcycle came alive. I revved it to the maximum. The demonic roar was so loud my dad practically sprinted outside with a terrified expression. Now envy me, I called, getting off the bike and walking over to him, wrapping my arms around his neck. Oh, darling. He hugged me but quickly switched his attention to the machine. You bought yourself a motorbike. You're having a midlife crisis or something? That's what your mom says, that you only buy things like that when you want to prove something. Lara! Speak of the devil. Clara Biel's shrill voice pierced my skull. Suddenly I wanted to put my helmet back on. Darling, have you completely lost your mind? Hi, Mom. I unzipped the top of my racing suit and embraced my mother. Before you start yelling, I wanted to tell you that my husband has already done so, but I managed to pacify him. So, am I going to have to pacify you too? Honey, she pleaded, isn't it enough that your father keeps me on my toes all the time? Do you have to join him in his campaign to make me have a heart attack? Tad raised his eyebrows with amusement. Besides, what's this on your head? I ran my fingers through my hair, remembering that the last time they saw me I had still been blonde. I needed to change something after I swallowed. It was a difficult time, Mom. Clara's expression grew less severe as she recalled everything that had happened to me lately. Tom, bring us a bottle of wine from the fridge. She glanced at Dad, who was still giggling behind her back. And you take off that horrible uniform. You'll get all sweaty. I already am. Dad went to prepare the wine, and I took a shower and got changed into a sweatsuit before going to the garden and sitting on our sofa couch. Soft couch. It's warm for this time of year. Why do you need a long-sleeved shirt? Mom asked, pointing to my attire. I rolled my eyes, thinking about what she'd say if she saw my bruised wrists. I quickly changed the subject. Gee, why do I think Mom's gonna find out? It's from my new collection. Do you like it? I looked at her with a smile. Did you check out the things I sent you? She nodded. Yes, they're wonderful. I'm so proud of you. But I'm more interested in how you're feeling. I think I'm in love, I blurted out, and my mother practically choked on her wine. Excuse me? I mean, I started telling her my story. She lit a cigarette with shaky hands. When we were on Tenerife, I met a man, one of Massimo's biggest competitors. My subconscious was raging at what I was saying. I was spinning another lie. And Massimo didn't have much time for me, and Nacho had it in abundance. He taught me how to surf and took me hiking. Jesus, what am I saying? I scolded myself. He introduced me to his family and, made a really great impression. And he kissed me. Mom had a coughing fit then. It wouldn't be important if not for how Massimo changed after we lost our baby. He distanced himself from me, started working around the clock. I don't think we'll ever be able to go back to how things were before. They were exactly the same. That's better. I sighed. It's exhausting. Maybe, my mom started, putting out the cigarette. I won't say I told you so, but I tried telling you it was all happening too fast from the very beginning. She poured us more wine. If you ask me, you got married because of the child. Well, fucking duh. But before I forget, we have to play with fire. Ugh, we've only got an hour left. Hey, we caught up on pages. We did. All right, let's see if it goes whoosh this time. 1, 2, 3. Nope, not this time. See, this is why we know book is evil. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, how wrong you are, I thought. And the loss of the baby meant that the marriage lost its appeal. She shrugged. So I'm not surprised that when you met someone intriguing, you took interest. What would you do if Massimo wasn't your husband, but only a boyfriend? And you were in Poland and not Sicily? Is her mother encouraging her to cheat? I'd have left him, I replied after a moment. I wouldn't be able to live with a man who kept ignoring me and treating me like I'm his enemy. Would you? Just like that? Just like what? I snapped. I've been fighting for this marriage for months, and losing. How much time do I have to waste? In a few years, I'll suddenly realize I'm stuck with a man I don't really know. That's just dawning on you? My mother smiled sadly and nodded. So you see, you've answered your own question. I was petrified. She made me say what I really felt, what I wanted and needed. It struck me that I had every right to feel everything. It struck me that I had every right to feel everything that I was feeling. I could err, I could be wrong, but above all, I could do whatever made me happy. In other words, I can revert to being really, really immature, pretend I don't have all these problems, pretend I'm not married, and screw the hot surfer guy. Let me give you some advice, dear, something that has kept your father and me together for nearly 35 years. I leaned in closer. You have to be selfish. That sounds like great marital advice. Shit, that's something new, I thought. If you put your happiness first, you will do everything for it to never end. So you will care for your relationship provided that it gives you happiness, that it doesn't exhaust you. Remember, a woman who lives only to make her man happy is always miserable. This is true. You'll only feel held down, and that will make you complain. Men don't like a woman. Men don't like women who complain. Ay, vey. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, and even those who don't use makeup. I agree. God forbid. Even if you're alone, you have to care about yourself for your own sake, she said. See, there's like almost pieces of good advice in there, but then it's just all wrong. My mother was an expert when it came to that. She'd always had impeccable hair and makeup. Her whole demeanor said, I have been born to shine. We got drunk that afternoon. I liked to do that with Mom. She got a lot funnier when she was drunk and a lot less stuck up. Oh, this book should just be called 365 Days of Drinking Wine. Excuse me. The following days were similar. So, yep, she's just permanently plastered at her parents right now. I went on walks with Dad, drank wine with Mom, and tried my best to get the telescope to work. Damien followed me everywhere, and Olga tried keeping the company afloat. We talked on Skype, selecting dress styles and discussing designs, and Massimo, he kept quiet. Apparently, he had taken my ultimatum to heart. For the whole 10 days I spent in Poland, he only called once. And that was the time he raked me over the coals for buying that motorcycle. I missed him, but I also missed Nacho. Girl, Nacho is not yours. Like, you're not in a relationship with him. You fucked on the beach. That's not a relationship. My mind was slipping into madness, it seemed, as I dreamed about the man in black and the colorful boy in turns. I was distraught, torn in two. I had no idea what to do. Finally, I decided to call my therapist. Your therapist is going to tell you to grow the hell up. Either decide to leave Massimo or stay with him and put up with life the way it is with him because it ain't going to change, or leave him and go be with Nacho. Those are your choices. But make one and get on with it. Hey, said Marco when I FaceTimed him. I nearly slept with Nacho, I blurted out, and he whistled in marvel. But I didn't. Why? I didn't want to cheat on my husband. Why? He repeated. Because I think I love him. Shouldn't you know that before you get married? Are you sure? And most of all, who did you refer to? All the conversations with Marco looked the same. I said something, he picked at the spiciest bit, and led me to a solution that I had already known deep inside. With him, I always quickly got rid of all doubts. And each time, I was the one to arrive at the final conclusions. I decided to allow life to just happen. Okay, so just saying, I don't want to make a decision because that's like hard and stuff. So I'm just going to do nothing and leave it up to fate. That's not a good idea. I would distance myself to observe its flow. There was no sense in trying to impact things. Yeah, God forbid you should have agency in your own life. I needed everything to pan out on its own. I was ready to accept whatever fate had in store for me. Because at least in theory, each resolution was good. Since when? This makes no. No, this is getting dumber. I didn't think that was possible, but it's getting dumber. Like, she is now just actively saying, I am a fuck doll for both of these men, and I don't care which one of them I end up with. So whatever happens, happens. Stretch break. Uh, uh, uh. I asked Dad to go for a ride with me when the weekend came. Giddy with excitement, he pulled out his trusty chopper and donned his frilled leather outfit. Okay. We rode down the roads we knew, waving to other motorcyclists and enjoying the beautiful weather. I was at peace, happy, and still without an answer. Well, you just said you don't intend to come to an answer. You're just gonna let whatever happens happens. We stopped at the main plaza in Kaz Casimir's something place. Kazimierz. I took my helmet off and shook my head to free my hair. It spilled over my shoulders. Everything played out like in the movies. The only thing that wasn't there was the slow motion. And I had clothes under the biking suit instead of a sexy bra and a pair of gigantic boobs. Well, a modest black t-shirt would have to do. The old marketplace was a favorite spot for bikers. The machines parked in neat rows provoked tourists to disregard the historical monuments all around them, instead snapping quick photos of the beautiful motorcycles. Press X to doubt. Like the old days, Dad said with a nostalgic smile, wrapping his arm around me. Lemonade? He pointed his chin at our favorite bistro by the plaza. I nodded and he led me there. With his arm around me, we must have looked like a rich sponsor and his pretty mistress. Okay, that is a creepy thing to say about your father. But I didn't care about the snide looks of young men following us inside. How are you managing with Mom? I asked, sipping on my beverage. I can't stand her for more than 2 days in a row, and we've been together forever. Honey bun, he said with an affectionate smile. I love her, so if I coped with her when she was pregnant with you, what's a little menopause? All of the ick? Okay, why people gotta keep being loud in the hallway? I burst out in laughter, picturing my pregnant mom berating Dad for nothing and him bringing her all kinds of things she needed right away. I like spending time with my father. He was unobtrusive and a good listener. But he was also an equally good talker. That meant I didn't have to keep up the conversation. After an hour, we skimmed over all subjects possible, from the horsepower of our bikes to what alcohol we liked, to real estate investment strategies. Tad talked and I listened. Then I talked and he proved that I was wrong on all counts. He gave me business and personal advice. You know, honey, the main target in a business such as yours should be profit. Okay, I'm sorry. If you have to tell someone who is in business that the goal of any business is to make profit, you should not be in business. And now I'm thinking about Ferengi. If you know, you know. The growl of an engine from about 5 feet. The growl of an engine about 5 feet from us cut him short. We both looked towards the source of the sound. A beautiful yellow Hayabusa was driving up to the plaza. I've heard of that before. I've actually heard of that brand. Was driving up to the plaza. I moaned in envy seeing the incredible bike. I'd always dreamed of one, but I'd never had a chance to sit on one. Then why didn't you buy one? The driver killed the engine. Who do we think this is? Is this Nacho or Massimo? Because it's going to be one of them. So who do we think it is? I'm not sure who I think it is. It's definitely one of them. The driver killed the engine and dismounted. Entranced, I stared at the yellow marvel. The man in the black suit took off his helmet, hung it on the handle, and turned our way. My heart practically exploded and my body tensed. I stopped breathing as Nacho walked over. Okay, so it's him. Laura, he greeted me with a grin, keeping his green eyes fixed on me and completely ignoring my dad. Jesus Christ, there I whispered in Polish. Dad was dumbstruck. Nacho Matos, the Canarian introduced himself, extending a hand to my father. Your daughter might need a moment to regain her wits. Do you mind if I sit? My jaw dropped. Nacho spoke Polish. 'Cause of course he does. 'Cause convenience. Thomas Thomas Biel, you two know each other, Dad asked, gesturing for Matos to sit. Jesus Christ, I repeated as Nacho took his seat, putting on sunglasses. We're friends, but I live pretty far away, so your daughter might be a bit surprised to see me. Nacho glanced at me. I felt as if someone had hit my head with a baseball bat. He disoriented, my dad looked at me and then at the intruder who had managed to order himself an iced tea and recline comfortably in his seat. Beautiful bike you have there, my father said, turning to look at the Hayabusa. The latest model. Yep, brand new. The two of them talked while I felt the sudden need to jump to my feet and run. Run as long as my legs allowed. He was here, talking to my dad. I looked around. The black S-Class was parked on the other side of the plaza. I couldn't breathe. Okay, so countdown to Massimo showing up and the two of them getting into a fist fight or worse. Because you know these two are going to brawl at some point. They're going to literally fight over her. I'll be back, I barked, heading towards Damien. I had no idea if he knew who Nacho was or what my husband had told him to do when he saw me with other men. I went for a bluff. So her husband just has standing instruction. If any other man gets near my woman, I'm gonna go with shoot him. Hey, warrior, I said as he rolled down the window. Do you want something to drink? Want me to get you anything? I have everything I need right here. He nodded at the bottle of water by his side and chuckled. Who is that guy? I turned around and glanced at our table. Both men were discussing something animatedly. The yellow pike, I guess. Dad's buddy. I shrugged and sighed with relief. Damien seemed not to know who Nacho was. Nice bike he's got. He nodded in appreciation. Yeah, I like it too. I agreed and spun around to get back to the table. If you need anything, just give me a call. I walked back to my chair. Dad got up, planted a kiss on my brow, and said, Your mother has gone ballistic. She probably thinks we're wet smears on the tree somewhere. I'd better go and calm her down. Okay, what did Nacho say to make him go away? He turned and shook Nacho's hand. It was nice to meet you. Remember about lubrication. Oh, that puts unhealthy thoughts. Thanks, Tom. It's good advice. See you around. Dad left and I sat down, pinning Nacho with an angry glare. What the hell are you doing here? How do you know my dad? Nacho reclined in his seat and took his glasses off. I'm testing the quality of Polish roads. I have some complaints. His grin was charming. And your dad? He's a great guy. I think he likes me. I asked him to give me time. Massimo got it. And you? And the fact that he got it made it possible for me to travel to Poland. You have no guards with you, B. Did we ever get an explanation for why he's calling her B? Not counting that numbskull in the Mercedes. He lifted his brows. Last time you left me and disappeared. My eyes teared up at the memory of him leaving me completely alone in that doorway. You told him to leave you alone! Nacho sighed and dropped his head. His fists balled. I was afraid he'd punish you again. That I would have and I would have had to kill him. He raised his eyes. His stare was cold. And then I would have lost you. Why are we talking in English? I changed the subject. It wasn't a good time to talk about Massimo or me. When did you learn Polish? He leaned back and crossed his arms behind his head, smirking. Jesus, how I love that. I know a lot of languages, but you already knew that. He looked at me closely. You look gorgeous in this suit. He licked his lips, and I felt another slam of that baseball bat on the back of my head. How was I still conscious? Phrasing? Don't change the subject. When did you learn Polish? I don't really know it, he admitted, leaning over the table. I've been learning it for 2 years. I started taking a real interest in it around 6 months ago. He sipped his iced tea and sent me a playful look. He was making fun of me. You're unbelievable. I didn't want to give in, but it was stronger than me. I smiled back. Why did you come? I asked, my voice growing less severe. I don't really know, he shrugged. Maybe I wanted to watch you piss your husband off. He was amused. Or to see you start living your life. I'm proud of you, B. I really, where did the B come from? It feels like something got cut out. He leaned in closer. You're fulfilling your needs. You're doing what you want. And you're looking happier by the day. He pulled back again and put on his glasses. Want to race? He asked out of the blue. And I burst out laughing. I shook my head. You're joking, right? That beast of yours has to have at least 70 horsepower more than mine. Besides, if you had the limiter taken off, you can go twice as fast as me. Not to mention you're probably a better driver. Nacho smiled strangely, shaking his head slightly as he listened. You're a very impressive woman, he said in a low voice. I've never met another girl who knows her way around a bike. Okay, she knows how to ride one. That doesn't mean she knows anything about it. Nacho smiled strangely, shaking his head slightly as he listened. Oh yeah, around a bike. You're pulling my leg, I replied, pretending to be offended. I've always dreamed about riding that beast of yours, so don't provoke me. That was easier than expected. You've just told me you've always dreamed about me. His lips were parted and his eyes were wide open. That's when I realized what I'd said might have sounded. I felt a tingling in my stomach. I raised my eyes meeting his stare and tried stemming the tide of desire that crashed over me. Oh, how I dreamed about him taking me on that yellow bike. Or at least about him taking me in his arms and kissing me. I also think doing it on a motorcycle would be very. That does not sound fun. But most of all, I wanted him to kidnap me again. Oh, take me with him and hide me from the world in that little beach house. Lara, he said when the silence stretched. Come. He reached out with a hand and pulled me gently along. Put on your helmet, he said. His own black helmet slid over his head, obscuring his eyes with the dark reflective surface of the visor. Mounting his bike, he offered me a hand and helped me onto the vehicle. I glanced at the nearby Mercedes. Damien, clearly disoriented, started the engine and was doing a U-turn. The four-cylinder monster beneath me woke to life with a growl. Nacho put my hands around his waist. As I hooked my fingers, the motorbike launched forward. Okay, so they're just leaving her bike there, like, as I launched forward, I felt a fluttering in my stomach, the butterflies inside spinning in a frenzy as the Hayabusa rode along the narrow streets to reach a straight, smooth road outside the small town. Turning my head back, I noticed Damien following us, overtaking other cars. The enormous S-Class had no chance to reach our nimble motorcycle. Half a minute later, we were alone. I pressed my head against Nacho's wide shoulders and drank in the experience. He slowed down and put a hand on my intertwined fingers and squeezed, letting me know he knew I was there and was grateful for it. A dozen miles more and he turned into a forest and stopped. You know, most motorcycles don't do like off-roading very well. How he knew places like this I didn't know, but he brought us to a house by the lake, hidden in the dense foliage. The engine growled one last time and then went quiet. Do you have your phone? Nacho asked seriously, getting his helmet off. No, I left it in Dad's panner, I replied, freeing my head too. Are there any other transmitters on you? I turned He turned my way. I shook my head. Good. Then the night is ours. Yeah, this isn't gonna go over well. Also, I'm betting there are transmitters she doesn't know about. The sound of those words made me gasp, fear mixed with sudden arousal. I leaned on his strong shoulders and jumped off the bike, taking my gloves off. Nacho dismounted the machine and hung his helmet on the handle before unzipping his suit. His tattooed torso was bare beneath it. I swallowed and watched him. He disentangled himself from the upper half of the overalls and turned to look at me. Without a word, he pulled the zipper of my suit down and slid his hands beneath the fabric, freeing me of the leather outfit. I could feel his minty breath on my shoulder. His touch sent electric jolts through my entire body. How is it, B, that each time we touch, I feel like I'm being shot? I raised my eyes and met his stare. He was waiting. Okay, so she's fully gonna cheat. And we're only how we're not even like halfway through the book yet. His tanned skin was covered with a sheet of sweat and his moist lips invited a kiss. I feel it too. I breathed as we froze inches from each other. I'm scared. I dropped my head. I'm here, he whispered, raising my chin with a finger. This is what I'm scared of. His hand slid to my cheek. His thumb hooked under my jaw and raised my head a bit more. I was closing in on his lips. There was no sense in fighting. I didn't want to run or defend myself. My mother's words reverberated in my head like a mantra. Be selfish. Do what makes you happy. Which is such terrible marriage advice. Nacho's lips flew past mine and pressed against the skin of my collarbone. Then neck, then ear. My breathing quickened. I wanted more. His lips brushed against my cheek and nose. I was sure he'd kiss me next, but he froze. I would like to feed you, he said and grabbed my hand, lacing his fingers with mine. We headed to the house. God almighty, I moaned quietly. Food was the last thing I could think about now. My entire body yearned for him. With each brain cell, I wanted him to take me. But he only slid a key in the lock and turned it. Of course, he randomly has a house in Poland in the middle of the woods. Opened the door for me and gestured for me to go inside. I took a look around. I heard the door lock again. Stopped breathing. Here you go, Nacho said, passing me a phone. Call your parents and tell them you won't be coming home for the night. He left me and disappeared down a long corridor leading to the kitchen. I stood rooted to the spot thinking about my options, but most of all about how I'd explained to my mother that I didn't intend to show up at dinner tonight. I turned and passed through the first door I saw. It led to the living room. The walls were olive green. Ugh. There were brown leather couches in the room, perfectly harmonizing with the large fireplace and the deer antlers on the wall. Okay, so I utterly hate the design of this place, because wow, does that sound ugly. And there was also a large table surrounded by heavy wooden chairs, soft burgundy cushions. Ew! Olive green walls and burgundy cushions? Ew! Ew! The place was a luxurious cabin. After a short talk with Mom and another million lies, I put the phone down on the stone kitchen counter and sat on a bar stool. I left the I left the bitch on the main plaza. What? Nacho spun around. There was a pan in his hand. He sent me a quizzical look. My bike, I explained. I left it parked in the market in town. No, he replied with a smile. I never travel alone, B. Maybe I'm not as ostentatious as Torricelli, but my people go where I go. Your bitch, he snorted, is in a parking lot near your parents' house. Okay, so he had somebody move her bike. How did he do this without the keys? Or did he steal the keys? He placed two large plates on the counter and arranged delicious smelling shrimp on them. A moment later, he opened the oven and took out cheesy croutons. He added some olives and a bottle of wine. So they're having shrimp, croutons, and olives. It doesn't even say, shrimp paella or something. It just says shrimp. Eat, he said, digging in. How did you know I'd stay? I asked, chewing the first bite of the delicious meal. I didn't. I still don't, he replied. I can only hope. He lifted his eyes and I saw there was fear in them too, just like mine. What will you do to me if I stay? My tone was playful, but I did want to know. He smirked. So she has just given up any chance of having agency of any kind or a say in her own life or free will or, thoughts. I'll give you pleasure. That's not creepy at all. He froze with the fork midway to his mouth and looked at me. His smile vanished. The words slowly reached me. Oh, I stammered, shocked, and went quiet. I didn't speak until we were finished eating. It was enough that we looked at each other. The air was thick with desire. When I emptied my plate, Nacho took the dishes to the dishwasher and sipped his beer. Upstairs in the first bedroom to the left, he said, sending me a calm look. There's a bag on the bed. You can take a shower and change into the clothes I left there. I have to call Amelia. She's been trying to contact me for the past hour. He passed through the kitchen, kissed my forehead, and went out to the terrace. I was speechless again at how gentle he was, while at the same time being so manly and confident. That is a rarity in this book, that's for sure. I hid my face in my hands, wondering what to do. Should I leave and take his bike? Run away? I didn't know where we were, though. How to find my way home. And what was most important, there was no part of me that really wanted to run from Nacho again. I pushed myself to my feet and headed to the bedroom he had told me about. Just as he had said, there was a bag on the bed there. It was filled with clothing that I remembered from his flat on Tenerife. There was no expensive clothes here. I grabbed a pair of pink cotton boxer shorts and a white tank top and went to the shower. End of chapter. We still got about 25 minutes left, but I need a bio break, so I will be back in like a minute and a half. And we will get on to chapter 9. I don't know if we'll get through it because it's quite. Okay, I'm going to say we're not getting all the way through chapter 9 because it's 25 pages. So, but we will get into chapter 9. I will be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. And we're back. Puppy's curled up on the couch. He's all happy. All right, last chance to sponsor a duck or buy a girl and drink because we only got about 20 minutes left. Chapter 9. You get what you wanted, Damien asked during our last evening together. Oh, so we're just skipping over all of her time with Nacho? We were having dinner at Carol's restaurant. No, I replied tersely, chewing my steak. And you're going back? Yes. I decided that I won't do a thing. I'll let all my problems solve themselves. Because that's how life works. If you need anything, I'm here for you. I know. Thank you. So now we're supposed to be like, ooh, did she sleep with him? Did she not sleep with him? I don't care. Uh, I know, thank you. I briefly pressed my head against his muscular shoulder. He wagged a finger at me in response. It was 11 o'clock when I stepped aboard the miniature flying death trap they called a private jet. Slightly dazed with sleeping pills. Girl, like, you need a better solution here. Like, you're obviously going to be flying quite a bit. You really need a better way to cope with your plane anxiety. I reclined in my seat and looked out the window. I was calm, at peace, and totally in love. After my night with Nacho, I'd had a lot of things to think about. I missed the takeoff. This time I didn't sleep during the flight. Instead, I recalled the events of the night. Oh, here we go. So we're getting an answer right away. Why bother to do the jump thing? Why not just continue? This is so bad. Excuse me. I left the bathroom and went downstairs dressed in clothes that resembled pajamas more than anything else. By the stairs there was a coat rack. I found Nacho's sweatshirt there. It had his scent on it. I threw it on, inhaling. Slowly I walked to the living room. He was there, laying on the couch with his legs resting on the low coffee table. For a while I stood behind his back, watching the colorful paintings on his skin. What is her obsession with the tattoo? I can feel you, he said, and muted the TV he had on. Every time you're close, my skin tingles. He, he shook his head, loosening up his neck muscles. I can feel the ocean like that. Each time a good wave approaches and I can't see it yet, I can feel the same excitement. Yes, he really does have spidey sense. He took his legs off the coffee table, pushed himself up, and turned around. I was standing by the wall with my legs crossed. My hair was tied in a loose bun. His sweatshirt was too big for me. Only the tips of my fingers reached the ends of its sleeves. He'll never be more beautiful than now, he breathed. He walked over unhurried. I felt a wave of overpowering fear. Nacho's torso was bare. He only had on a pair of thin, loose sweatpants. His bare feet practically touched mine as he stopped an inch from me. We looked into each other's eyes, but neither of us knew what to do next. Come to me, he said quietly, slipping his hands over my buttocks and pulling me closer, lifting me into the air. That's not really consent. I wrapped my legs around his hips and allowed him to carry me to the kitchen counter in a few long strides. Nobody has sex in a bed in this. Nobody. I felt his slender fingers. His slender fingers trailed along my shoulder and then down my arms, taking the sweatshirt off. He took it slowly, closely observing my reactions, as if he didn't want to make any mistakes. His every gesture said, I'll wait. Just say so. But I didn't want him to stop. As the sweatshirt fell to the floor, Nacho closed in even more. I want to feel you, he said. His lips were just an inch away from mine. Just feel you, B. Jesus Christ, I'll come before we even start. I thought frantically. Wrong spelling. As his low voice vibrated in my head. He hooked his thumbs under the hem of my top and started pulling it up, revealing my midriff, ribs, and then breasts. My breathing quickened. I was a bit panicked, but his gleeful green eyes pinned me with an intense stare, which calmed me right down. I don't think that would have that effect on me. I lifted my hands from the cold counter and raised them above my head, allowing him to take my top off completely. As it hit the floor, Nacho was so close I could feel his skin on mine. He didn't look down. He didn't need to see me, only feel me. His hand slid under my ass again and lifted me up. I pressed myself against him. Oh God, he breathed, taking my head and pulling it to the crook of his neck. I can feel you. Well, you're holding her by the ass, so yeah, you can feel her. That's kind of how that works. He walked across the room, climbed the stairs, still carrying me, and entered a beautiful dark bedroom. There were multicolored blankets and pillows sprawled across the large wooden bed. Nacho knelt and gently put me down, never pulling away, keeping our skin in contact. My heart was racing. My breath caught in my throat. Oh, how I had dreamed of him doing exactly that. He spread my hands to the sides and laced his fingers with mine. His green eyes watched me. His tongue flicked out, licking his lips. I couldn't take it any more. Lifting my head from the bed, I pressed my lips to his. Then I freed my hands and pressed them to the sides of his head, pulling him closer. I wanted him now, and I was greedy. But he kept it calm and slow, kissing me gently, sucking on my lower lip once in a while. Never gonna think that that's sexy, ever, ever, ever. That's not the pleasure I will give you tonight, Laura, he whispered, finally pulling away. I was struck silent. I want you to give yourself to me, thinking about me and no one else, without the promise you made before God to another man. I'm sorry, does he want her to take the ring off? Is that what this is? As he said it, at first I wanted to slap him and just leave. It took me a while to get it. He didn't want to be my lover. He wanted to be the one I loved. I pressed my head into the pillow and sent him a resigned look. He grabbed the blanket and covered us both. Then he pulled off his pants and slid back between my legs. I was disoriented. Wasn't that the complete opposite of what he had said? I won't make love to you tonight. I'll explore you. Okay, we're getting into like cult language. Like the way cults manipulate language and change the meaning of words so that like only their followers know what it really means, and it makes people feel like they're in on the secret whatever, and it's one of the like indoctrination things. My hand slid down his back and stopped on his buttocks. He had boxers on. I won't take them off. You do the same, he said with a bright smile. I'll learn your needs and desires, but I won't satisfy them yet. This is the most teenage thing in the world. He leaned in and kissed me again, this time picking up the pace. I moaned, surprised at the sudden change of tempo, and clawed his back with my fingers. My nails left red wheels on it. She really likes that word. I can see you like it rough, B, he whispered and bit my lip. I rubbed against his throbbing erection. How rough do you like it? He asked, suddenly pressing his cock against my clit. Very rough, I cried out and threw my head back. Our bodies undulated, intertwined. Nacho's hands pressed me against him. The only thing dividing us was our skin. We both panted. Our lips met time and time again, pulling away and exploring each other's shoulders, necks, and cheeks. The thrusting of his hips was getting faster and harder. I was going to explode at any moment. Nacho, I whispered, and he slowed down and looked me right in the eyes, checking if I was all right. What do you like? I asked, licking my lips lasciviously, provocatively. You like it rough too. I grabbed his hips and pulled him closer with a strong jerk. Deep. I pulled him again, his eyes glazed. I had never seen so much self-control in a man. I feel like that's insulting to men. It was turning me on, but at the same time, it was a challenge. She's like getting offended that he hasn't like just taken her like she's an object. My right hand released his buttocks and slid beneath my cotton panties. Oh God, I was so wet. The fabric was practically translucent on me. For a short while, I played with myself, keeping my eyes on his. Then I pulled my fingers out and slid them into his mouth. Taste what you're missing out on. Nacho closed his eyes and sucked, licking my fingers. He moaned. Then he pressed his lips to mine, and his hips resumed their thrusting. He made love to me, hard and passionate. Only, he wasn't inside me. Though truth be told, he didn't really have to be. I could nearly feel him. Yeah, this doesn't count as not cheating just because of, like, a very minor technicality. Still cheating. Christ, he breathed and stopped, putting his face in the crook of my neck. I dreamed of licking you whole, caressing every inch of your sweet cunt. God, it smells good. He purred again and shivered. I love it and hate it, the power you hold over me. Suddenly he pushed himself up and looked at me playfully. I need to go to the shower. But you took one a moment ago. I narrowed my eyes. Yes, but I came, he said, and smooched the tip of my nose, getting out of bed. We'll both be sticky in a while. I held him, stopped him from going. So what? I asked, lifting my brows and hooking my legs around his hips to hold him down. Let's be nasty. Like, yeah, you don't have to immediately shower after sex. You can enjoy a bit of a post-coital moment. I grinned and he froze. His expression was unreadable. Not going to happen, B. I screamed as he rose from the bed, lifting me up and walking across the room to the shower. He stopped and turned on the water. It was ice cold. I cried out, getting off him. I tried running, but now he was the one to hold me in place. He laughed as I pummeled him with my fists. So yeah, I swear, he's just doing all this to screw with her. Not in the fucking way, in the other way. Hey, let me go, you psycho, I cried. At the same time, I couldn't stop laughing, even though the freezing water was taking my breath away. We both need to cool down. That might not have been the worst idea, but in order for it to make sense, we showered with our backs turned to each other. I left first and wrapped myself in a bathrobe, glancing at his tattooed butt. I won't turn around when you're there, he said, tilting his head. You don't have to. That sight is even better than what you have in front, I said with a chuckle. Are you sure? Suddenly he spun around, revealing his jaw-dropping erection. Here we go again. Here we go again. I opened my mouth at the sight of the straightest and most beautiful cock I had ever seen. Isn't that what she said about her husband, too? I had seen it once before, but then it had been dangling between Nacho's legs, and I had been doing my best not to look at it. This time, there wasn't a power in the universe that could have made me take my eyes off this wonder. Oh, freaking kill me. Its tip was pierced. Okay, somehow not surprised. I moaned and clamped my teeth shut. Nacho leaned against the wall and chuckled. You were saying, he asked as I shook off my shock. I think that in your mind you're already kneeling, aren't you? Wow! Oh my god. That was really gross. He wiped his bald head with a hand and came towards me. We were so close again. So close. I couldn't even see his manhood anymore. I frowned and pouted as he reached for a towel and wrapped it around his hips. Now back to bed, he barked with a laugh and pushed me back to the bedroom. We did not make love that night. Nacho didn't even kiss me. We lay in bed together, talking, laughing, cuddling. I had on my tank top and underwear. He kept his boxers on. Yeah, I think you both have proven that that doesn't matter. The sun was up when I fell asleep in Nacho's warm embrace. When I woke up, he made me breakfast and then drove me to the parking lot where his men had left my bitch. Before I put my helmet on, the Canarian took my face in his hands and kissed me so tenderly I wanted to cry. I'll always be close, he said, gunning the engine of his yellow monster. He didn't ask what I was going to do, where I was going. He asked me nothing at all, just gave me a chance to get to know him before leaving. I would not call that that. I went back home. On my way there, by the gate, I met Damien, who fumed, yelled, and bristled. I didn't give a damn. Did you call him? I asked when he finally piped down. No. Your mother told me you were safe and that it wasn't any of my business where you were. She was right. I agreed and drove the bike up to the house. Surprisingly, I didn't argue with my parents. Mom looked into my eyes and saw the happiness in them. She just sighed and shook her head. That wasn't like her. No questions, no demands for an explanation. Shocking. We're here, mistress, the captain of the private plane said, leaning over me. I must have dozed off. I stretched out and blinked away the dizziness. Putting on my glasses, I took the narrow stairs to the ground. I raised my eyes, squinting. Someone was waiting for me. Massimo. My husband was standing there with his back to the car, smiling. His thin, light gray suit and white shirt. In his thin, the light gray suit and white shirt, he looked breathtaking. The warm wind gently ruffled his hair. I took a look at his strong, muscular arms hidden under the perfectly tailored jacket. He kept his hands in his pockets, looking confident. I felt my mouth dry up. Hi there, baby girl. Oh, we get one last chance to play with fire. Yay. I'm looking for a good place to stop. Yeah, it's going to be like random moment because there's no page breaks. The man in black's eyes skimmed across my body. He bit his lip. We stood there for a while watching each other, but neither of us decided to make the first move. I was completely disoriented. And him, his eyes held fear of what I'd do if he touched me. I will take you home, Massimo said, opening the car door for me. I cannot put into words how strange that felt. So official, emotionless, at least at first glance. He wanted to look he wanted to look distracted and wary, even more than during the days after he'd kidnapped me more than a year before. I stepped into the car and he closed the door, taking the other seat. We were driven to the entrance of the terminal and crossed the hall, heading towards a Ferrari parked by the curb. Those ugly fucking Ferraris. I totally agree with that. They are. Every Ferrari mentioned in this book is a fucking ugly ass car. This is why we have a whole category of ugly car. I laughed inside, recalling Nacho's words. Approaching the supercar, I realized it wasn't a Ferrari at all. The door lifted up instead of opening like more traditional cars. Is it a DeLorean? What? Taken aback, I glanced at my husband. He was smirking. Is it new? I asked, looking at the shiny black sports car. I was bored of the old ones, Massimo replied, shrugging. His smirk widened. Your boredom costs us a lot of money, I muttered, squeezing inside. Okay, you don't get to talk. Miss Shopping Obsession. Massimo took the driver's seat and switched the ignition on with a button that would look more at home in a fighter jet. He stepped on the accelerator and the Lamborghini Aventador? I'm pretty sure they made up a word. Aventador. Whatever that is. Lamborghini Aventador. Yeah, they definitely made up a word. And what do you bet? It's a really ugly car. Lurched forward with a speed that pressed me deep into my seat. The man in black drove steadily, focused. I could feel he was stealing glances of me once every minute or so. He didn't speak. Suddenly I noticed that we overshot our turnoff and continued towards Messina. I swallowed loudly. I hadn't visited that house in more than 6 months, since I'd first seen Nacho. Sorry, itchy foot. Ugh. Massimo drove to the very door and parked the car. Did I want to even go inside? Why are we here? I asked, turning his way. I want to go to the mansion, see Olga, and rest. Olga and Dominic are on Ibiza, partying, and I have the only key to the gate, so consider yourself kidnapped. Again, what's that make? Like 5? I've lost count. He said gleefully and opened the fancy door for me. Leave your bag here, you won't need it. Alright, he's up to something. Why are we not surprised? He glanced at me, especially the phone. What if I don't want to be kidnapped? I asked, stepping out before he managed to offer me a hand. That's what makes for a good kidnapping. His tone was icy, frightening. Yeah, this is a great way to welcome her home after she almost left your ass. This is really top notch. It's all about keeping someone against their will, baby girl. Oh, we get 2. I get to sign off with 2. This is good. He planted a delicate kiss on my forehead and entered the house. I stomped my feet in frustration and cursed in Polish, but followed. The interior looked different than I remembered. Without the great Christmas tree, it was even more spectacular. Massimo tossed the keys on the kitchen counter and grabbed a bottle of wine. Someone's waiting for you. He planted 2 glasses and kept his eyes trained on them, snatched a corkscrew from the tabletop. In the living room, he added with a little smile. Curious, I went through the kitchen to the place I had only associated with fucking before. That would be everywhere. And stopped suddenly. On a big pillow by a wooden table stood a dog. I don't want them to have a dog. I feel like something bad is going to happen to the dog. Why is there a dog? I yelped and rushed towards the beautiful little fur ball, which rolled over on its pillow as I approached. It was it was the most gorgeous thing I had ever seen. It looked like a plushie, a small teddy bear. I took it in my arms and hugged it, practically crying with joy. Because this isn't him like being incredibly emotionally manipulative at all. Ugh, why am I so itchy? Ugh, itchy, 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 itchy. Ugh. And also, how is she gonna feel about the dog the first time it eats one of her Givenchy boots? Huh? Because that's what puppies do. They chew everything. But they especially like shoes. I took him in my arms and hugged it, practically crying with joy. You like it? Massimo asked, offering me a glass filled with wine. Do I? It's wonderful. And so small. Barely larger than my hand. Oh, it's a little toy dog. And completely dependent on you, just like me. Massimo's words pierced my heart. If you don't care for it, it will die, same as me. Yeah, just laying it on with a fucking trowel, dude. Like, ugh. He knelt before me and looked me in the eyes. I will die without you. Those days, he ran his fingers through his hair. The hours, the minutes, I felt like his eyes teared up. I can't live without you. I don't want to. He is the worst. He is the worst. He is the worst. He is the worst. That's pretty hypocritical, Massimo, I sighed, hugging the little dog. You've been leaving me for days on end, a lot longer than I've been in Poland. That's it, he cut in and took my face in his hands. It wasn't until you left me that I realized what I was losing. She's left you like 3 times before this! This was not the first time! It wasn't until you left me that I realized what I was losing. When I had no control over you. Yeah, full fucking shit you had no control over her. Fuck off with that. When I couldn't just have you, it struck me just how important you are to me. The most important thing in my life. They're married for like 6 months. He's just getting there. He released me and dropped his head. I fucked it all up, Laura, but I promise you I will make up each minute you were sad because of me. Yeah, no, not buying it. Not buying it at all. Ugh. I watched his resigned expression in his sad eyes. There was no trace of the man I had left. No brutality, no anger, only sadness, affection, and love. So, in other words, he's like radically overhauled his entire personality. Usually that's like a warning sign. I put the little white dog down and sat in Massimo's lap, hugging him. He pulled me closer as if trying to hide from the world in my embrace. Do we think the dog is in the movie? His arms tightened around me so hard I felt he had every muscle tense. Baby girl, he whispered, I love you so much. Oh, we get 3 burnings to sign off. I'm looking for a place to stop. I just need to get to the bottom of the page so we can set fire to the other side. I love you so much. Tears rolled down my cheeks. I squeezed my eyes shut, and as soon as I did, pictured Nacho, silly, grinning Nacho, playing around in bed with me. Oh, the infantilizing. I could see him kissing me and hugging me. I nearly threw up. What was I doing? Thank God the Canarian was so sensible that he hadn't let me give myself to him. Yeah, right. I ran my fingers through Massimo's hair and pulled away his head. What's it called? I asked, pointing to the white ball of fur. The dog. Massimo straightened up and smiled, taking the animal in his hands. It hasn't got a name yet. You can name it. I fell to pieces, my big strong man hugging that little creature no larger than his hand. Okay, yes, owning a dog is a good way to get girls. I definitely have known guys that are like, yeah, dog park, great place to meet women. Givenchy, I said confidently. Massimo rolled his eyes, like my favorite shoe brand. She's naming the dog Givenchy. I'm stopping there. I'm stopping there at naming the dog Givenchy. I'm sorry, but that is a terrible name for a dog. All right. Wait, let me put a line so I know where we's at. We are at terrible name for a dog. All right, we got 3 burnings to do, and then we shall sign off for the evening. I definitely needed this tonight to feel calmer. I still have to go back to the writing thing, but hopefully I can do it without wanting to burn the world to the ground. Though I'm still keeping that option in reserve. All right. You got 3 times to play with fire. So here's the first. Oh, and I forgot to mark. Damn it. I forgot to mark down the baby girl counter, which is now, by the way, baby girl is now like more than double everything else on our burn list. So it's made up for lost time. All right. First one. See, that time it didn't go whoosh. All right. Second time. See, now it's behaving itself. And third time. Move my hand over a little bit just in case. See, that time it went whoosh. Why does it do that sometimes? I'm going with Seth Dale's explanation. Very cheap paper, inconsistent quality, and that's why sometimes it, smokes like this, and sometimes it doesn't. That is a reasonable explanation. Okay, enough. All right. So that is where we are leaving off. Actually made more than page count. We actually went over by quite a bit. So we did good. We caught up for last time. We didn't get any ducks or cups or Skittles tonight, but that's okay. We have next week. Next week is our birthday live stream. It is not actually on my birthday, but it is as close as we're going to get. Let me see. When is my birthday? My birthday is Sunday. So we'll be off by one day. Actually, once we get to midnight, it will actually be my birthday. So we got that. So I am trying to get a kitten. I've decided yes on getting a kitten. So in the next week or two, expect something small and furry to be joining me other than Bo. Gotta get litter box and kitten food, and then of course the actual kitten. But that shouldn't be too much trouble. Kittens are usually pretty easy to acquire. Especially here. There's a lot of kittens. So hopefully I will be able to find a little fuzzy black void baby. Don't know what I'm going to call it yet. I don't have a name yet. But something will come to mind once I see the kitty. I always have to see a pet before I can come up with a name for it. But that is going to do it for this week. We still have like another 200 pages of this book left. But next week, there will be cake of some variety. I haven't decided what yet, but there will be a cupcake or, I don't know, maybe carrot cake squares. Some kind of cake. We will have a bit of a celebration. We'll do a bit of the party thing. We'll have a good time. I tried to get sparklers, but that's not happening. They don't sell like normal sparklers anymore, I swear. But that is for next week. Bo's curled up on the couch, but he says goodbye and he says love to everybody. He also says, please rub my belly. That's what he says most of the time. So I hope everybody had a good time. And I will see everyone next week. Have a good rest of your weekend. Love yourself. Love a fur baby. Until next time, I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. See you later. Bye.